Farewell. Dabu.
Okay, let's see. I thought prices might go down with announcement for Season of Discovery, but things are still expensive. Kind of a bummer. Water.
Greetings, traveler. May the eternal sun shine upon.
Let's see here. Can you post a link? Yeah, let me. Yesterday we weren't. Let me see. I think it's a setting that I have to enable on. Because people used to be able to. Oh, here we go. Who can send messages? Anyone. Slow mode. I don't see anything about links. It might have been allow comments, sort by top, show. Table. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find out how to enable links on YouTube. Let me do this real fast. Later, got it. That's my Discord. If you want to just send it to me on Discord, I will I'll take a peek. And then we can talk about it. I think Pharaoh will be in a good spot for PvP. Right now we need some hard CC, I feel like. We need like a stun to be able to stay in cat form. Just kind of similar to Rogue's kidney shot, something like that. Like we got Savage Roar. I would like to see some kind of combo point spender that can stun, or even like a gouge type ability. Hopefully one that would allow you to let your bleeds keep ticking through it. Then I think Pharaoh would be in a great spot in PvP. Right now, I think your damage is going to be higher, but you're still not going to be able to stay in cat form, right? Because you're just going to die to to just people that can CC you or that are going to do out damage a feral. Troll Shaman with T2 vibes. I love that, homie. VGOs. Hey man, what's up, Ethan? Yeah, we're gonna go do some PvP and Silithus. I think I just need to get some water. I think Feral we'll have a rough phase 1 and be better off going resto balance after phase 2 when you go 40. You can power shift as well as have more damage increasing talents. Yeah, I really think that my my character is going to be mainly my shaman for the level 25 bracket. And then I probably will play my druid a lot more at the higher levels. I think shaman's just gonna be a lot of fun, and I think shaman lower levels will be more fun than a druid. But I mean, I'm gonna play both obviously, but I think that's just the one that I feel I'll have a little bit more fun with up front. That request? Okay, let me... I gotcha. I personally don't want druids to be able to stay in one form. I just think it turns you into a rogue or warrior. I agree, but I feel like right now the way PvP works in Classic is like if you're in cap form for longer than just the opening, you're basically like you're hurting yourself, right? Like unless it's against maybe a mage, warlock, something like that. But if it's a rogue or a warrior or something like one of those strong melee classes, you basically are switching into bear form or kiting almost immediately, which I don't have a problem with, but I think kind of the interesting takeaway is you say you don't want druids to just be able to stay in one form, and I agree. However, we end up just staying in bear form, right? If you're like deep feral in a fight with a melee, you just sit and stay in bear form for most of the fight till you get kind of low, and then you like bash them, pop out, heal yourself a little bit, and then go back into bear form. So I'd love for there to be a rune that allows shapeshifting to cost a lot less mana, so then I do feel like I feel encouraged to constantly be shapeshifting and be able to like use my other forms a little bit more. I mean, we even saw that recently with the dual tournament classes. Like the druid class is just like you're punished for leaving form unless you absolutely need to, right? So you just stay bear form as long as you can, and then you shift out, heal yourself, and go back in. Shapeshifting being a lot cheaper makes sense to me. Yeah, and the cool thing is if they do that with runes, then you're making a sacrifice, right? You're choosing to get cheaper shapeshifting over another rune that might be good as well. So it still ends up being a choice that you have to make, but it kind of allows for the class to feel a little bit better, I think, in PvP, while at the cost of other things that you might be losing out on. We'll see how many. We might have to go just PvP in Warsong or Altaric Valley, just because we might find that there's only like bots here right now at this time of day. Frost mages everywhere shuddering at this idea. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, frost mages, if you look at their toolkit, they get a lot of crazy stuff. So, I mean, it's really going to be interesting to see how things play out. Because right now, on paper, everyone can be like, oh my gosh, you know, warlocks look like they're so overpowered. And then once you get in and you start playing them, you might realize that like when paired up against another class that has some huge buffs, it might not be that intense. I think it was Zaki Poo yesterday that was pointing out the fact that like a hunter, you could just like you could be like attacking someone from range, like say it's a warrior, right? And you're getting off a bunch of damage. You're using like Chimera shot, and you're pumping him full of damage. He charged you. You feign death, and you have a macro that switches all of your runes, like your gear, over to some other gear, and now you're like a melee hunter, and then you're just like in melee range, and so I think they got to think about some of these things because some classes will just be absolutely broken with the rune system if they can get away with stuff like that. They should do some PvP testing, in your opinion. I mean, yeah, but that's kind of what they said they're doing with the beta. Like, there's no beta, so the level 25 bracket is essentially just the open beta, if you want to think of it that way. So I don't think people should get too caught up on the balance of things early on in the game, and kind of allow Blizzard to make the changes where they need to. I was looking at, I'm gonna make a video today after I get off stream about some of the gear that you can get on level 25s. There's like some quest gear that's just absolutely insane. Horde definitely seemed to have a little bit of an edge, but the Alliance has a few quests that give some really, really good gear too. So we'll have to see. I mean, there's quest items that you're getting that are basically meant for a level 40 player that you're able to get through level 25 quests. So the Edward, yeah, I have, in terms of how much it procs, it's really it's pretty varied. Like sometimes it seems like it will proc once a fight if you're meleeing a lot, but kind of how I end up playing, where I'm trying to like kite people a little bit more, I don't see it proccing as much. And then I also have like a really, really bad habit of, you'll probably see it when I PvP, I'm like, am I auto attacking? So I have like auto attack bound into like my lightning spells, but I still am like constantly like trying to right click and be like, am I attacking? That's kind of annoying. Do I have a weak aura for the proc? Yeah, I just got it off the internet, off of it's this green one right here. Let's see, which one is it? Here we go. Let's see, can I get a... I know how to link it in game, but I don't know if I can get a link. I can grab it offline. I remember where it was. It was just... I believe it was just this. But yeah, the buff only lasts like a few seconds. Like it's pretty short. So you only have it for maybe, I'd say like 3 seconds, honestly. It's pretty quick. So if you don't have a weak aura, it's pretty hard to kind of pay attention to like when it goes off. So it's really nice to have one. Need to create a macro for when people are asking about SOD feral PvP. Yeah, here, let me see. Did you link the... Let's see. Oh, this was a straw poll that people did? Let's see here, hold on. Here's the straw poll that was linked. Interesting. I mean, I feel like Hunter, the fact that Hunter's so low is really bizarre to me. Is this what, let's see, it said title. What is your opinion? Class poll thoughts on world PvP best class. Is this what the poll was? Was it zoom out? Should be better. I mean, I don't know, guys. Do you really think that Druid is that high up on the list? I feel like Druid is still missing a lot from their kit. Like not having NS for PvP is big. So, oh, the poll was class popularity, but best class for world PvP is going to be based on what others are playing. Oh, okay. Druid is that? I think people just. I don't know why Druid would be that popular. Like I feel like the changes to Druid are nice, but they're not like that good. Here we go. Here's the Wombo combo. Yeah, as of one thing I noticed, guys, I didn't play Alliance Druid. I played Horde Druid, right? I never had to deal with Shamans. Shamans are the worst thing to have to go up against as a Druid. Like, I just delete Druids as a Shaman. So I feel bad for all the Alliance Druids out there. Druids get Star Surge. Oh yeah, that one will be interesting. I don't know how long the cooldown is on that. And I couldn't find anyone that streamed at BlizzCon that used that ability on stream, so I'm not sure what the cooldown of it is. But if it's fairly low, it could be strong. Also, we have to know the mana cost, right? If the mana cost is pretty high, then that makes things a little bit more tricky too. It was 10 seconds? Wow. See, there, it procced right there, guys. Only playing Horde Druid from now on, so I will not have to play against Wind Fury. Oh, so you not have to forced to play Wind Fury Totem in a raid. Yeah, I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that? I feel like they've said in the past that they don't like that you have to feel obligated to bring a certain class to a raid, and that was the one thing that they didn't like with Classic, I guess. Is they felt like some people were left out, but I feel like that just makes you want to fill the raid. You know, right now you see people filling with Shaman. They just literally want a warm body that will drop a totem. They don't really care what your gear is. And I feel like that's the same thing with Druids now on the Alliance side, is they're just going to be used as a Wind Fury bot. So I don't know how I feel about it. What about a rune that focuses on form swapping? When you go into bear, your next cat shift has extra combo points. And you shift into bear has extra rage. That would actually be super cool. Honestly, that would be really, really cool, Connor. I like that idea. Then you're encouraged to swap, but also like you can play around your swaps, knowing that, hey, when I go into bear form, I'm able to get off an extra you know, bit of damage. These guys are, some of these guys are the same people that have been out here for like several days just doing this over and over again. I don't really, I guess because Alliance have long queues or something. Same with this person, same with this person. Oh, they pieced out, they didn't care. I should get him with my... Oh, the scorpion helped me out. But now I'm gonna get knocked back from the scorpion. No! Bye. What do I think about Elemental Shaman versus Enhancement Shaman for PvP? I think without a doubt, I think that Enhancement Shaman is going to be better at low levels just because of mana issues. You might have fun as Ellie Shaman at 25, but you don't have access to much spell power gear. You don't have a very high crit, right? So I think Enhance is just going to be, for low levels, is just going to be like the obvious choice. Just because, like, you have to understand that the classes that deal with spell power really aren't that... So, like, for example, mages and warlocks, they might feel strong at 25, but with spell power, they probably get much stronger. So people might go into Season of Discovery thinking that a warlock's going to be super strong. They're going to play it, and then they realize that they're losing to warriors, rogues, hunters, even druids and shamans, stuff like that. But they don't realize that it's just because they have low spell power. Like, if you look at gear while you're leveling, almost none of it contains spell power, and that's kind of what really sets you apart at the higher levels. Look at these guys. Like, I don't get it. This would be absolutely miserable. Is this rude to interrupt their sand journey? Lava Burst has a fixed crit. Yeah, that definitely will help with shamans. Also, the mage, I think there's a mage, the burnout talent, that gives you 15% more crit. That will help a bit at the low levels, but still, a lot of that won't be really felt until the higher content. This is the main thoroughfare for Alliance to come drop off sands. So it's basically they just feed you. Look at this guy's like, my sand. I hate pushback on shamans. It's like the worst thing ever. That's too far. This guy's lagging like crazy. Alright, we'll just take the L here. What's the plan for professions? I think my plan is to get to 25 fairly quickly and kind of... Because once I start going for professions, I'm going to do engineering. And we'll see the auction house situation, but my assumption is I'll have to get mining as well and go out and mine. So I think that'll be a good time to kind of discover stuff while I'm mining, is try and take the opportunity to, at that point, you know, try and find runes. Again, I don't really know how runes are going to be acquired. I assume, for example, I think a good place to look for runes would be Moonglade. When you get teleport Moonglade for a druid, I feel like there's got to be some runes in Moonglade. With the class fantasy and everything, I feel like that would be a great spot for one. And then besides that, I don't really know. I don't know how runes are going to be acquired. So that's kind of my plans with professions, is not really worry about them while I'm leveling, but kind of take care of them later. They're probably getting paid to do this, to carry the sand? Yeah, probably. Sadly. I mean, again, we don't know. That's the thing with like 7 runes per class out of 100. Yeah, the rune stuff is like too early to, like, if someone's making a class decision based solely off the runes, I feel like that's probably not the best idea. Just because, like you said, we still don't know. What race would you recommend for Shaman at the start for Horde? So for Shaman, I think Shaman would be really strong as both sorry. I think Shaman would be really strong at both Tauren and Troll at the lower levels. Just you're not dealing as with quite as many stuns. However, the higher levels, I think if you really like PvP, I still think Orc kind of is just the way to go. The fast cast with Berserking is definitely really nice, but I don't know. The hard part about Horde Shaman is you can make a case for any of the races, right? Like with Tauren, you don't have to worry. Like you can get a cast off with War Stomp, which is really, really nice. So Tauren has a huge advantage for like one-shotting people if you're Ellie. And then Orc is just like all around great for stun resist, grenade resist, you know, all the reasons why Orc is good. And then Troll is very good in PvE for Berserking. It's the only it's the only Shaman race on Horde that like has a definite advantage in PvE. And then Berserking is great in PvP too. So it just kind of depends. I mean, like I end up using Lips a lot more as a Troll, I feel like, than if I was a Tauren. But there's a lot of people that really like the Tauren Shamans, but I definitely didn't want to do Tauren Shaman because I've always been pigeonholed as being a Tauren for Druid. From the interview, I saw it was going to be multiple ways. The first one you're going to get at level 2, and the rest are kind of out in the world. Wow, you get the first one you get at level 2, just like a class quest? I was assuming it might be like level 10 or something. That's crazy. Seems really low. I think Orc will be Bis melee, and you can choose other for LA. Yeah, like especially if you're going enhanced, like there's not really any point in not going Orc. The class I'm going to play on Season of Discovery is Troll, or excuse me. I'm going to be playing a Druid, and then I'm going to play a Shaman. The Druid will be my main at 60 most likely, but the lower level content I probably will worry about Shaman first. And I'm going to put out a video today kind of on why I think Shaman is going to be absolutely busted at level 25. I think at level 25 Shaman is like one of the strongest classes for Horde, especially with like some of the gear that you can get. Gonna go level multiple classes: Pally, Rogue, Shaman, Druid, Warrior. Those I'm doing for sure. I'm glad this guy was blizzarding me. Like, what the hell? Ugh, I thought that would get him. No! How's your health doing? I vaguely remember you taking a break. Wish you the best. Yeah, so for example, what happened is this was launch of Classic, right? 2019. The launch of Classic in 2019, I was playing with Tips Out and Tips Out, DQD, and a few other guys that were in my guild at the time, a bunch of idiots, and we were playing just like through the night. You know, I think the first play session was like 40 hours or something like that, and then we all agreed like, okay, we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna get up and start playing again in 6 hours, right? And so I'm like, oh shit, 6 hours, right? So I go to bed, and I just can't fall asleep. I'm like tossing and turning, my mind's still like wide awake, and at that point I was just like, you know, like, oh shit, I'm not gonna get any sleep, blah blah blah. Basically just having a panic attack. You guys have to realize, like, when you can't in that situation. I already kind of agreed to play with them, so I can't just be like, oh sorry, and there's no one else our level. We're really high level, right? So I'm just like, oh, I can't just say, hey guys, I'm gonna not make it because I'm not getting any sleep. And so I'd already been up for 40 hours, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm not gonna fall asleep. And at that point I was just like, fuck. So I reached out to, I think it was Tips that I talked to, or it was Zulace. I can't really remember, but I was just like, basically said, you know, I can't do this. I'm not going to be able to be there tomorrow. And that's kind of how things went. Then ended up just leveling by myself, but obviously felt bad for kind of, wouldn't say dropping the ball, but they made it work in the end. But yeah, kind of screwed them over with the leveling stuff. So this time I'm definitely leveling all by myself. Then there's no pressure on when you have to go to sleep. I've always been one of those people that just have a hard time just falling asleep, like it's no big deal. I need to put my rocket helm on for these guys. Okay, alright, let's focus up. We're gonna kill that warrior now. I remember it was super intense. In hindsight, probably a lot of people went way too hard at the start of Classic. Yeah, it was a bad choice. Like, it was a bad choice on my part. Like, Tips was out at you remember Tips was like live, and so Tips had like thousands of people watching him. I had like a few hundred, and at the time, like that was a lot for me, and it was just kind of a lot of pressure. And the sleep thing is really what killed me. I some people do fine with little sleep, but with me, it's like I need my sleep. So definitely made a mistake there with that, but it is what it is. We learn. Assault buckler, bit shield at 25. Yeah, I'm gonna do a video today on some of the shaman gear that you can get. Want to also do like a druid video a little bit later. Druid gear is not quite as crazy, but the shaman stuff, it's just like it's game changing. Like the basalt buckler, that thing gives you like an extra like 250 armor over any other shield at the level, like even blues. So it is just, it's absolutely bananas how much armor it gives you. And then if you look at, let's do that right now actually. Hold on, I need to get a little bit better at managing all these windows. Need to get some hotkeys or something. But here is Shaman, and with this Shield Mastery, obviously who knows how hard this rune is to get. Maybe it's really easy, maybe it's a little bit difficult, but you gain armor equal to 30% of your shield's armor value, stacking up to 5 times. And we've already talked about how broken that shield is at 25. Like, it's a level 40 elite quest. So yes, that quest is going to be kind of difficult to do. You'll need a group, but once you get this shield, it's just like, this shield is a game changer. And then you can also get here guys, I'll show you. It's actually hilarious. You can also get, here's my guy. This is a Season of Shaman, right? So let me control, right? No, it was the alt. Yeah, okay. So with this, yep, the mace, exactly. You know, this mace, it's a one-handed mace, and its DPS is 22.1. Okay, there is a sword, a two-handed sword that dropped in the 10-player raid that SFan saw on his stream, and it had 24 DPS. So it is almost the same DPS as a one-handed or as a two-handed blue weapon that you get in the raid. So this mace is absolutely amazing. So it's going to make rogues extremely strong on horde side. It's going to make warriors extremely strong on horde side at 25, and it's going to make shamans extremely strong on horde side at 25. It is absolutely ridiculous. The website is called 60 Upgrades. I highly recommend it. It's a very, very nice website. Let me link it for you. It's a lot of fun to kind of tinker around with things and find awesome stuff. And then, like, for example, you have, let's rescale this a little bit. Sorry, guys. You have this belt, still cut off a little bit. So this belt right here is also a quest. And the great thing about it is it has 12 AP, so extremely strong at this level, but it also has intellect. So great for, you know, mana pool as a shaman, which will help a lot. These legs are from Nomergon, and this one's questionable. I don't know if they kind of hinted at Nomer having changes, so this item might not actually be in the game. Like the quest, I should say. Like, you might not be able to do this quest, but if you can, obviously extremely strong. There's some other options too, if this isn't in the game. Like, these will probably be very expensive to buy, but there's a few pieces like that. And then I also put in the different Warsong reputation stuff, because they said that Warsong reputation will be gained in Ashenvale, and also they said they're going to be doing changes to some of the rewards from the vendors. So these actually might be like more on scale with your level. They might be actually like level 25 stuff, but we get a Druid 60 upgrades as well too. I mean, like, I've messed around with some stuff at level 25 for Druids, but I haven't looked like level 60 is kind of too far away for all that stuff, you know what I mean? AGM camping is going to be so fun. I know everyone's going to want it, so it's like I have some plans on that end. I also guys, just something to think about. I believe it's, let's see. So the 30th is when the game launches. That is a Thursday. And then Sunday, the 3rd, okay, will be the fishing tournament, okay? So I would strongly suggest by that time you'll be high enough level. I would do the fishing tournament for sure in Stranglethorn Vale, because they said stuff about possibly having better rewards. And then also this hat is great for level 25. You could argue that you might want to use something like this headpiece instead for Feral, but the Lucky Fishing hat is still very, very good. And then this piece right here is actually, you can't obtain this. I don't know why it shows this. I think it says it requires 210, but to make it, you have to be higher level, I think. So you can't actually get those. All right, sorry guys, let me get caught up on chat a little bit, and then we'll kill some more people, have some fun. Or classic gear planner. Yeah, that's another option you have, is classic gear planner. I like 60 upgrades just because I'm familiar with it, but you can also use that. They need to patch this. I agree that, I mean, if you want to, look at things though, just to put things into perspective. Sorry, I messed around with a lot of characters yesterday. But to put things into perspective, okay, put things into perspective, guys. Paladins can get this mace at level 25, okay? 25.6 DPS. Yeah, that one-handed mace was 22 DPS. So crazy that you can get that, but Paladins do have this. The other things that, well, there was a few things that Alliance had that Horde does not have. Like, they have this really, really good headpiece with 9 strength on it. Like, can't get anything close to that on Horde side. So both sides have really, really strong things. Okay, I don't want you to think that it's just Horde that are winning. Alliance have a lot of really high quests. They have a really nice bow for hunters, I believe. They have, like, these are still, this Dead Mines quest is still pretty relevant for some of the classes. And we also don't know the loot tables of the raid, right? We saw the first few bosses, so my assumption is the final boss in the raid probably drops some epics, right? Like, that'd be kind of a fun thing to see. And if not, they'll drop really good blues. So even if you like fill out your character with some BIS stuff from quests or from other dungeons like Dead Mines, like, you're still going to see some absolutely crazy gear in the new raid. I think people will kill Thermoplug in Nomad at 25. He's a 34 elite boss. Where there's a will, there's a way. I bet, yeah, people will definitely do it. You got to realize people people were doing at level 30 in the closed beta. At level 30, people were doing Scarlet Monastery. They were like killing level 37s and 38 elites, and then killing the boss in Scarlet Monastery, which I think is like a level 40, 41. So the Tarns have increased melee range. They do, but they don't. They're supposed to, but at the moment it's bugged. So, which who knows if they end up fixing it. I know they said they were going to, but he's level 42. Okay, yeah. So pretty high level. Tauren, because the range, I'm gonna stay. I'm rolling Tauren warrior. If it's changed to normal, I'm going orc. Yeah, I'm not sure. There's pros and cons to both, right? Because Tauren also has increased max HP, which obviously scales off gear, and the fact that a warrior has a pretty high health pool already. So that talent is actually pretty nice for players. I don't know. Just depends. There's lots of things that make the races kind of more questionable here and there, and it depends how much you're into PvP versus PvE. The guy, he needs his warrior friend. Leeway doesn't matter as much as stun resist. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, because I mean, it's like once you connect with a warrior and you have hamstring up and stuff, leeway won't matter too much. And you also have to understand that even with just the warrior runes we've seen so far, with like the charge removing slows and also being able to be used in different stances, you're going to be able to reconnect with people a lot easier. So leeway won't be like, leeway was a huge deal because of kiting and warriors just having a harder time closing the gap, but I feel like it's not going to be quite as much of an issue now. Hey David, what's going on? Weapon skill will be huge at the 25 cap if you want to push content. Yeah, that's true. It will help out a lot in the PvE stuff, and same thing with like hit and everything like that. Because like with progressive level camps, you can't caps, you can't go wrong with orc. Yeah, I mean, I still think orc is extremely strong and will be a good pick. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see how Shadow Priests fare further on. Like the level 40 cap, I think, is going to be a fun time for Shadow Priests because they get Shadow Form, and it'll be interesting to see what other runes they have. Shaman tank best race for Horde? Tarn probably. Okay, well, like, I would say, I personally would say Orc all the way, just because at level, it's hard to, like, it's just hard to make any, it's hard to make any specific calls because it's hard to make any specific calls on that because at level 60 with the talents that you want to be running, you have to worry about hit cap a lot, and the weapon thing for Orc would be pretty big, but I don't know. Hard to say. It might not matter in the end, really. Guys, by the way, okay, so listen to this healing spell, right? Okay, you hear the sound of that? Does it get quieter for you guys now? Is it quieter, or is it the same? Just a stream question. Yeah, the axe ratio is really just super strong. But it also looks like... It looks like a lot of Shaman's tanking kit is going to be spell. So it's like you're going to want to have spell hit, right? And normally when you're tanking a Shaman, you don't want to go... Like, you're not going to go Restoration, you're going to go Enhance Ellie. And so you miss out on this, so you're even lacking spell hit even more. But I don't think we can really worry about that too much, because I guarantee you Blizzard's going to be making changes to some of the gear. So if you're tanking and you want to, you know, have some tanking gear, I'm sure they'll add tanking gear for Shamans. Otherwise, you don't really have much to work with. It's funny, this character I actually have like a crazy tanking set. I have Stylines, I have like almost Bis for tanking for Shaman, even though it's kind of a meme. Hello. You're all by yourself now. What will you do? I like how this guy AoE farms me. And then it's like, do you fake the bots, right? Is it beneficial to fake cast the bot mages, or are they not even going to do anything anyways? Like, they don't kick. Let's run a little bit. Excited for Moonkin runes? Yeah, I'm excited to see what runes will be available at like level 40 too, when you can get... when there'll probably be some runes specifically for Moonkin form. Yep, AoE farm me, please. Grounded, whatchamacallit? Death Coil. Okay, well, it looks like this is definitely going one way. Hope they have something in place for SOD for bots. Yeah, that's one thing that they really need to address. And yeah, I don't know. The silence honestly is just encouraging botting more as well. And then every time you hear people complaining on the subreddit or the forums about botting and gold selling in GDKPs, and players realize Blizzard's not doing anything, it incentivizes people more and more to actually go out and buy gold, because they realize nothing happens if they do. So a big deterrent before with buying gold was people were scared they were going to get their account that they worked so hard on. They were scared they were going to get banned. And now they realize that it doesn't really matter. So it almost does the opposite. It just encourages people to do it more. So yeah, it's super frustrating. Feral Druid and Beast Mastery for Hunter will be brutally OP. Yeah, I'm curious to see how Hunter fares at 25. Probably pretty well with aspect of the cheetah, the ability to kite and everything like that's going to be really strong. They also get a few. They have Horde and Alliance have a few really nice options for ranged weapons from quests. They're pretty strong. So like early on, before you can get into the raid, I'm sure the raid has some decent range weapons, but early on, there's some really nice stuff. Did they mention anything about the debuff cap? I didn't hear anything about it, but I would be shocked if they didn't. Like, they have it removed in hardcore. They had it removed in Season of Mastery. It would be very, very weird for them to like have it back in the game. This guy's chasing me. Come on. I'm not scared. Yep. Get your friend. Whisper him. Maybe I should probably just go do AV or something. It's like almost as close to fighting bots as you can get. They're basically doing nothing. How are hunters compared to warriors with max gear? If we're talking BGs, I mean, like if you're like hunter, the skill cap for beating players at 60 with a Nax geared character is way different than warrior, right? Warrior at 60 with like Might of Menethil or something like that is just ridiculous. But yeah, hunter can do really, really well. You just have to be skilled. You need to know how to like reset fights with traps. You need to be able to kite, all that kind of stuff. So it's like a different thing. They already have a tab for it? Really? They do? Top. Characters, item, talents. Near URL. Oh, Season of Discovery. Okay, you're right. Let's take a peek at that. It keeps getting like resized or something. Create. Let's just do a Druid 5 test. Go to talents. Okay. It's my email, guys. Don't email me. That's crazy that they did things so quickly though. Like wait, what was my options there? I felt like there was an extra one. Oh yeah, I don't know if they've always had that tanking one or not. Autofill. And you said by talents? Oh wow. We already got an idea for what we probably would want. I feel like the Sunfire actually will be, because you can use this at range. So this actually in PvP might be your choice over Mangle. It's hard to say. It might be one of those things that you switch out on and off for these two. But I think these are a little bit more set in stone. Like, I think Skull Bash, if you're going to play Feral, is the choice. If you want to play Hybrid, you'd probably be doing Life Bloom or Star Surge, depending on like who you're playing with. And I personally think Feral is going to be a lot more lucrative at 25 just because of the gear. Like, you don't get very many pieces, guys, at 25 that have spell power on them. Like, you could get lucky and get and be able to pick up this piece, for relatively cheap, but I feel like like every caster is going to want this. People are going to be selling this for like a crazy price on the auction house. And same with this though, like you're not getting that. But like there's a lot of like random suffix pieces that you can get. Like you just want to look for a lot of the uh what's the one that I'm thinking of? Not boar, is it? It's bear, right? There. Yeah, I mean monkey's great too, but I would prefer strength on my pieces, I think. Do they know? Is bear just mail and plate maybe? Interesting. See, I hardly. That's a kind of cool thing about Season of Mastery. I hardly ever look at like lower level gear, right? So it's cool to kind of look through stuff. Like this is a great one, and this probably wouldn't be too hard to farm with a group. Or I mean, you can obviously buy it too, but it's tempting to go for pieces like this. But I definitely want the stamina for PvP. Don't want to go too crazy, blast cannon kind of stuff. And it's interesting. I wonder if this scales off of AP, or if it's just like because if you're using it in bear and cat and stuff, but it doesn't scale off anything but spell power. It's kind of weird. What site is that? It's called 60 Upgrades. I'll link it. Actually, I'll link the Season of Discovery one. Skull Bash is just like an extra feral charge, right? So you might want this over, like maybe, first off, maybe you aren't going into the feral tree to get feral charge and you want this, or you want double kick or double, almost like a double movement speed buff. So that's kind of where I would see it being beneficial personally. I think, again, these all the runes and stuff are just situational. Like you might find that I think these actually drop a lot on like a lot of different mobs. Let's look real fast. They're all fairly high level mobs, so maybe not so much. These you can get from leatherworking, so those are a pretty easy get. These are also level. But I want the there's AP. This one, AP and int. This is the one that bigger mana pool, but you still get the AP. If these are in the game, these are huge, obviously. This is a huge piece too. And then I think with this, you probably would go with the PvP rings, just because I think they'll be upgraded to like level 25 instead of level 18. And then obviously, if you can get the arena trinket, it's great. But then you also have some really good trinkets in here from engineering. So engineering is basically a must for everyone that wants to PvP. And that's kind of always how it's been. But there's also this offhand, guys, that is not as many people know about it, I think. And it's this piece. The 30 armor, obviously you get that multiplier in bear, and then it has like decent stats on it for the level, 2 strength, 2 intellect. So this is like I think you probably go this over, and then like a one-handed piece. Like this would be easy for Alliance Druids to get after some farming. And then you can get the PvP one. This is probably what I'd go. The stats are not quite as good as like if you went one of the really nice main hand, or I mean two-handed pieces. But if you don't have these, or you want something that's a little more tanky, this is really nice for bear tank or for PvP. Also, guys, look at this. Look at this. I don't think a lot of people know about this one either. But if you're going Alliance Druid, here you go. Feral. one. Let's go tanking. Add create. You want, you can get this. So it's 50 armor, which is higher than the other one, 30. But also, it's when struck in combat, has a 1% chance of inflicting 75 to 126 shadow damage. This is a lot of fun. I had this on a druid at level 19 in Battlegrounds, and every once in a while when it'd proc, I mean, that's a pretty big chunk of damage at that level. So you have this one too, but it's just like, this is just across the board better just because of the chance. Maybe some people out there would find a way to do this, but this is a far stretch because you can't use the on use, so I don't think as many people will worry about it. But is there some decent, I'm trying to think of if there's any really good alliance pieces that you can't get on Horde. I mean, like, this is pretty good, but I mean, you're just kind of swapping some stats. I honestly think I'd rather have the stam. When can you use the on use? It's 45, I believe. So the level 50 phase, tons and tons of people will have it, right? But even the level 40 phase, I don't think people. Yes, true. That's a good ring. It's a good ring. I don't know if there's that many other like quest items that's pretty good. But this I would assume is it an alliance only quest? Yeah, it is, yeah. But you're basically, you might as well get this, which both factions can get. I don't know. I mean, Alliance, for example, Alliance have oh. Bring out the old twink list from 19 and 29. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Inferno robes, I did think about that. For a Fire Mage, Inferno robes would be pretty good. You have a few, like this is a quest only for the Alliance, and it's 21 DPS. This is a good starter sword before you get into like the raid, because the raid sword that dropped was like 24 DPS. So it's pretty comparable. And then obviously if you got super lucky with getting some of these things or buying it off the auction house. But they also have this sword as well, and then they have this mace as well. And this mace you can get at like level 19, 18, 19. And so this mace could carry you up to the dungeon. But I don't know, guys. I feel like Horde still might have the edge with the gear. Do I anticipate minor changes to talents? I don't really think so. They kind of, it sounded like they weren't going to do anything with the talents. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Like, I wouldn't be shocked, I guess, if they did, but I don't really think they will. Hoping some quest rewards are given a little love. Yeah, that's true. That's why I think it's important also to note that when you look at those sites, like we were just doing, you have to understand that a lot of those pieces are going to be they'll be like your, essentially like pre-bis, right? Once you get into the raid, you might find some pieces that are just like so much better than the pieces you spent time getting at with quests that it just like they're dwarfed in comparison. So it might not be worth it if like the quests are super super hard. But for example, like the basalt buckler, the mace on horde side, some of the rings that you can get, I would be pretty surprised if there's better ones in the raid. How are healing runes looking? What class you talking about? If you're talking druid healing runes, they look decent. I think we'll probably see some use out of them at 60 more so than the low levels stuff. Life Bloom, awesome. Obviously, Life Bloom's really, really good. But like the Healing Seed one and everything like that, I think those will be a little bit better later on in the game when you have more crit. Shaman will get pally stuff for sure, maybe later. Yeah, I think we'll probably see, like, for example, you can't... What level can you get kings? Can you get kings at level 25? But we'll probably see some kind of king's totem or something like that. Ideally, if they do that, they will put it on the fire totem spot, because in raiding, you don't really use fire totems that often, because kind of all your fire totems are like offensive fire damage mostly. So if they put them on any other slot, it's kind of tough, because then you're going to have to make a decision on what you want to put down. You can get kings at 20. Okay. Yeah, so I'm a little surprised that. Yeah, it seems like Pally gets all these shaman buffs and stuff, but you don't really see much of the Pally stuff coming through. Maybe Hunters getting a Pally thing would be kind of cool. If they could work it into their kit. Kind of how they worked Wind Fury into the Druid's kit. Maybe something for Hunter for Kings or something like that. Maybe even a stun for Shamans. Yeah, that'd be cool. Kings... Salve, sorry. Salve, I don't know if Salve is even going to be a big deal, to be honest, because it seems like they've kind of changed threat a little bit. I don't know if you guys watched the BlizzCon stuff with Esfon was tanking on a Shaman, and he disconnected mid-fight, and he held threat the whole time just standing there. Like, he was so far ahead in threat lead that he just kept it. So I don't know if they'll be tweaking that, or if tanking is just going to be a lot easier now. We'll have to see. Wind Fury and Druid kit looks fun. Yeah, I think it'll be fun in group settings. I'm kind of worried that it's just gonna force players to be like a little, kitty totem in raiding, but we'll see. I don't play Alliance very often, and I don't know what. Honestly, I can't say what race I'm gonna be. Like whether I'm going Alliance or Horde yet, because I don't have like a guild or a group of people to play with for Season of Discovery yet, so I'm still kind of waiting to figure out. I haven't seen any, I don't know if you guys have, but I haven't seen any Season of Discovery Discords pop up or anything like that, so I'm kind of waiting to see the community's reaction to things. Also, we don't know that the runes... We're seeing all the runes for this level cap. True, there could be more for this level cap. I kind of would be... I would kind of be shocked if there was more for level 25, but I definitely think there will be more down the road. But I feel like 25, this is kind of a lot. Guess I could have just NS myself there. You're going hard for PvP? Yeah, I mean, I think Horde's gonna be really strong in PvP at level 25. The problem, though, is if so many people go Horde, then it's not that much fun, right? You're just running around and there's only a few alliance on the server, and the world just feels kind of dead. So I might just kind of wait and see what other people do, and if it's too one-sided, then I probably will just, I don't know, go the opposite. Yeah, Corflake, no, we were looking at it. If you go to, here, I'll link it again. If you go to 60 upgrades, and then they have a Season of Discovery section already there, so it's pretty cool. I think I got his NS. I think I got his NS. Oh. You've never played Alliance in 18 years, then you're not gonna start now. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't... I played Alliance, but I've always played Alliance at... Like, I had a Paladin in TBC and Wrath, but I don't think I've ever played Alliance at level 60. Like, Classic WoW, I've always been Horde. So it'd be something different for sure if I ended up doing that. Thanks for trying the website, really cool. Yeah, I love that website. I look on that website all the time. Now, just one thing to note, it's not always 100% accurate. Like sometimes there'll be some things that, like, especially like some engineering stuff that you can actually get. It'll like show up that you can, but there might be like a quest behind it that's locked at a higher level or something like that. So just things to keep in mind. I think you think it'll be Alliance dominant based on... Yeah, a lot of people do want to play Paladins. So we'll have to see how that goes. There might be a lot more Alliance than we think. But the interest for for Paladins like seems just as equally like strong as people are interested in playing Shaman, so I don't know. He... Some range from these mages. Obi. There we go. We got him. Got him with a nade right at the end. It'll be 70-30 Alliance Horde probably. You think? I feel like the populace kind of balance itself out a little bit, especially when it's like world PvP, because people are going to... Hopefully it's more equal because of world PvP. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I think people just naturally will be like, you know, oh, there's so many Horde, it's not going to be fun, I'm going to go Alliance, blah, blah, blah. You think it'll be alt friendly? Yeah, I think that's going to be big with the level caps being... Like you can get... I was thinking about it. I remember I did a 10-hour leveling tournament in like a while back for hardcore, and I got my druid to level 17, I believe, in 17 in 10 hours. So I mean, people will be level 25 before they first log off, right? So the fact that like people will be, and then the raid is a 3-day lockout, so people for sure will be leveling alts. And we'll have multiple characters, which is going to be... Which makes it a lot of fun, you know? Just like more players in the world, more people leveling, more people to find groups with. He got the kickoff. Wow. You want to play Shaman and Mage? You want to play Shaman and Mage alt? Both seem pretty OP. Yeah. think Shaman is going to be the clear winner at 25. Well, I think Mage will be so strong at level 60. I think you really need to get some of that spell power gear, some more gear with crit on it, things like that for different Mage builds before a lot of the spellcaster classes feel really strong. As a Warlock main, I don't know. Warlocks are going to stomp this bracket. The 25. I mean, I don't know, man. I think a lot of stuff has to be like people need to like wait on stuff. It's easy to see things and like read an ability and say like, wow, that's super OP. But then when you get all these classes getting pretty strong upgrades and stuff, it turns the tides a bit. I'm gonna wait for MS to fade. There we go. Get the full heal. Max engineering at 25 should be 225. And then gnomes can get 230. So gnome is actually fairly strong at 25 because they will be able to make the rocket helm, which only a gnome will be able to wear. So that is pretty big, honestly. Dual-wield shaman for melee range with lava burst for distance. True, you could do something like that. There'll be like so many different weird builds that people will come up with or somehow make work. So I'm excited to see that. Especially because like talents are separate, so you could really mix and match stuff. One thing I've enjoyed playing just kind of as a meme and just for fun is like enhancement down to like where you're getting weapon mastery, and then you play NS. So you have like you're like pretty tanky, but then you have NS, and that'd be tons of fun with some of the shaman changes. Okay, let's pop off here. Shaman's so crazy later on in the game. Like when I first leveled this shaman, like people already were in Nax gear and everything, and I was like PvPing a lot and being like, oh, this does not feel very good. Maybe I should have stuck with Druid. But then, man, once you start getting spell power, it's just such a joke. I also think like people are sleeping on mage and living bomb. I had a mage from my account that I left at level 60, and so I had level 60 gear, and this was in Wrath. Was it Wrath or TBC? I can't remember, but I was queuing for Ulteric Valleys basically as a twink, like at level 60, and just like fights like this where people are all grouped up, I would just like living bomb everyone, and just people would just be exploding and dying. Like I think in large world PvP or doing AV or things like that, like, and AoE classes can be a lot of fun. Like Shadow Priest with the triple dot, like nearby targets and stuff, like that stuff's going to be really strong. Maybe I'll AV some today. Yeah, it's like, plus the thing about AV though is it's really hit or miss. Sometimes you get some games that are a little bit slower, which people actually hate, and you can actually PvP. But other times it's just like a complete rush to the objectives. And as someone who doesn't really, I'm not really worried about honor per hour. It's just like not very much fun. Maybe I'll try and queue for a war song after this. It just depends on what time during the day. Sometimes war songs are going. Sometimes not. Way of the Earth rune is kind of cool. 30% more HP and take 10% damage. Yeah, I think Way of the Earth is how I'll play like any kind of hybrid spec. I'll be using that for world PvP. Any kind of world PvP where you're not with several people, I'll play that. Just because I think the survival is huge. Warlock Shadowbolt Volley too. Yeah, I forgot about that one. There's several classes that have some pretty crazy AoE stuff. We'll have to see. I mean, we're going to have to see how things play out. It's going to be weird at level 60 with all these new abilities and trying to remember, you know, like, oh yeah, I forgot that class can just basically one-shot me that way. 20 mages at BFD entrance living bombing people. Yeah, I know. I mean, especially because it's like think of the raids like ZG, or you know, some of these raids that are like Blackrock Mountain is known for like the PvP, you know, because it takes a little bit to get into the dungeon, and BFD is the same way. You have to go through that whole cave system. Unless they change the entrance, you have to go through the whole cave system. So people could just like be camping in the caves constantly. It's gonna be some fun PvP for sure. It's gonna be unique. And the nice thing too about the level cap is like at level 25, if you are playing a class and you're just like, man, this really sucks. I don't think I want to play this. It's like re-rolling is not that big of a deal. Dwarf priests, they're good in PvP. Yeah, for sure. Priests are strong. Priests are going to be very, very strong at 40. I feel like people are going to be at the level 40 cap. I think there's going to be a lot of people out there that are like, oh man, I should have rolled priest. Do you think they will leave enough time to level an alt? Yeah, I think it sounds like it'll be several. I think it's going to be, my guess is each season will be like 1 to 2 months. I know a few people were saying like weeks, but I really don't think they're going to do that. I think it's going to be like 1 to 2 months per season. I could see like 1.5, 1. But yeah, that'll give you plenty of time to, I mean, there'll be people pretty much fully geared outside of a few pieces that they're looking for in the raid by like, you know, 2 or 3 days in. People will know life the game, but like an average casual person, you'll be able to like, you play like 2 or 3 hours a day after work or whatnot, like you'll be able to get level 25 in maybe 3 or 4 days, so you'll easily be able to level up an alt or something. Oh yeah, there'll be a pre-bis list that a lot of people kind of go by after a few days of kind of seeing what's in the game. I assume most everything is going to be the same, like in terms of quests and everything out in the world. I don't think there's going to be much surprise to that stuff. We should kill him right here. There we go, boom. Ellie is definitely one of those classes that's so much fun in AV. Like, I feel bad for like warriors in AV and just like constantly running into your death, basically. Drew Perrymore. Like the name? That'd be a good rogue tank name, guys. You heard it here first. Damn, that guy's got some health. Kind of pinched here. the knock, the pushback with the arrow. Ugh, nothing I can do. How geared is my shaman? Oh, actually I don't want that on. Fairly geared. Oh, guys, I didn't even look. I have a lot of my healing stuff on. Yeah, I have a lot of my healing stuff on. My Ellie stuff is not quite as good as my resto set, but pretty decent gear. I need like, this is literally the weapon I use in raids too. Like, I don't have anything that has more than 30 spell power on it. I really need to get a weapon. But I don't, like, you go into GDKP and like someone buys like Clov Crow Magus for like 20k and I'm like, sorry, I can't compete with that. I don't have that kind of gold. But my guild does Nax and AQ, non-GDKP, so I've gotten gear for free from just raiding like a normal person, but I really don't like GDKPs, but I understand why they're a thing and why people do them. So it's just kind of frustrating though. She recklessness is boosting for 60s. Yeah, more or less. And it's just kind of, I don't know. I think just this server's been around for a long enough time that it's kind of the inevitable outcome. It's the only way you're going to get like a fully geared player to keep, like, have any incentive to do a raid, because otherwise it's just a free carry. So like, I get it, but I just don't really like it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like showing up to a raid and then losing to, or like getting outbid by someone who is bidding on a piece that really doesn't even benefit them, and they're like gray parsing completely at the very bottom of the list, and they still get the piece just because they paid the most. I mean, I guess that still comes down to like, if you were rolling for a piece, it's still luck as well. But I think that's kind of why I like loot council and stuff like that, as long as it's done above board. There's always downsides to everything though, right? Getting a raid group on... Getting a raid group on non-raid day and farming whirlwind quest mats for next phase. Almost instant whirlwind. That would be nice, yeah. That'd be a smart thing to do. Except the next phase will be 40. So I think I think pretty quickly you'll find stuff that's a lot better than Whirlwind, I guess, right? Like it might be nice for the leveling, but do I die here? Oh. Watch them upgrade Ravager into some epic quality level maxing. Yeah, I hope they do some fun stuff with SM for sure. You remember when people did that in Classic Beta and the whole server was PvP? Yeah, Classic Beta was crazy, guys. I'm telling you, if it's anything like that, it's gonna be tons and tons of fun PvPing in the open world. And just like trying to solo different things, that's like a, you know, challenge, or trying to get people the AGM, you know? Like, even if you weren't picking up AGM, but you're trying to get it for your group, it was so much fun to do Gurbashi Arena. Bye. Okay, bye to me, I guess. Kind of at a standstill here, guys. We'll have to check, but in Classic Beta 40 tournament, I remember Sonny was using Whirlwind. That's at 40? I feel like that was the 30 tournament, wasn't it? Is there nothing? There's got to be something better by then. Like, even I'm trying to think of just, yeah. I feel like it was a 30 tournament too. Let's see here real fast. Is it edit? It's 2. Is it not? Oh, I still am level 25, but I'm in phase 2. Okay. Edit character, customized, 12540. Yeah, this is the quest one, 38, the 3.4 speed. Yeah, so that, like, this has a little bit slower speed, but it won't matter enough for that. Like, that's better. Obviously, that would be a miracle if you got that, but yeah, I don't know. That's true. Actually, I do remember now at level 40, we saw like a lot of the paladins, like Rep Pally was kind of pumping at 40 because they got Bonebiter. That's right, I remember that. Excalibur and other two-handers are too fast. We all know Staff of Jordan is Biss. Exactly. That's what you want to see. Didn't some enhanced shaman have Staff of Jordan at 40 in the tournament? No, Sidu was playing Ellie, I think. I don't remember. I just feel like someone had it and it was crazy. Level 40 Staff of Jordan PvP though would be fun with a Ellie, like a Ellie hybrid thing, you know? Get some crazy lava burst crits with some staff weaving or something. Guys, this game is at a standstill. What are we looking at? 138 each kill. Slightly out of range. You need Staff of Jordan to drop in phase 2 for your Warlock? Yeah. There's also like a really nice like class quests. Aren't there class quests for some offhands, or is that for mage? Mage offhands or something like that? I think there's a few options for players that are pretty comparable to the stats on that staff as well. Gotta take off, but looking forward to seeing this upload when I wake up. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. The old Alliance SP turtle never gets old. Yeah. It's the problem too here is like the layout, because if you like go here, then you're gonna get sniped by people that are hiding back here. This spot is tough in terms of layout. You get the high ground over here, which is nice, but that only works if they're pushing up. I'm stuck on like a ledge right here. Eesh. Well, it's one of those games. I'm gonna try and get into Warsong Gulch after this if I can. That Bistless thing you just showed, can you link? I think you're talking about this, but yes, I can. Yeah, there's definitely a few parts of AV that are rough, to say the least. Gotta go behind SPGY. Yeah. Gotta go the top way and hit them from behind, kind of coordinate something. The problem though is like you're dealing with a lot of people that are like semi AFK. When you it's crazy, like if you queue AV as like 5 people, right? It's crazy to see how much you can change the game just with 5 people coordinating like some defense and stuff like that, because it just shows you how many people are like semi AFK in the game. Like a lot of times when you go into like a tower to take it back, like they basically are just standing there because they're more or less AFK. Pugs don't heal each other, makes a world of difference. Yeah, that's true too. Ay ay ay. Where I like it too. Like I feel like they must not be doing much south either though, because I feel like there's a lot of people up here. I mean, they also have the spawn advantage, obviously, which makes a big difference too. We can try and go behind. Just let them win. This is a turtle that'll never end. The funny thing is, I actually think healing is quite a bit of fun in AV if you have some decent DPS, because you're able to just enable them so much. But the problem is you run into the issue of, like, if you don't have a good team, then you're basically just healing people that are more or less like target dummies. The only thing that this will do is allow my team to push a little bit, I guess. We'll like one-shot this guy, maybe. See, now maybe they'll push in. We'll see. Ooh, big juicy NS. Nothing. Who knows? Playing the wrong class? Yeah, for that kind of stuff, for sure. That's the one thing, that's the one fun thing about Druid, is you can just, like, stealth in and do so much stuff in the back line. Yeah, Rest of Shaman is going to be really, really good with the overload chain heals. The much better, like, mana efficiency too with certain things. Like, you'll be able to use Water Shield. It'll be interesting to see, though, the runes you get later on in the game where you're, like, having to kind of make more of a decision. Like, oh, do I want this rune over a Mana Shield? What's this guy doing? You want to play? Oh, my totem's up there. Gotcha. Yeah, that is very, I mean, the tricky part is, like, the amount of servers and the fact that, like, what are you going to do with, like, layering and the world PvP, right? So is it going to just be like, you know, invite me to the Ashenvale layer where Horde is winning, and then, you know, you basically then just avoid PvP because people just want rewards? Like, and they just, like, Alliance goes to the Alliance layer, Horde goes to the Horde layer, and you just kind of, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they do that. Please don't say that. Real question, I wonder how many... Oh, I read that one, yeah. Well, if those systems exist, people will abuse them, as they always have. Yeah, I know. And you can't blame someone for, like... They're... Like, I would do the same thing, essentially. You're ruining the game, but you're making things more efficient. And, like, it's, like... I wouldn't say human nature, but it's hard not to... It's hard not to do the thing that's more efficient. Or would save you time, or... I think one thing they should do is make it so that the grind, the PvP grind for maybe like the rewards or something at 25 isn't too rough. Like it's not very hard, because then people aren't like grinding it out as much. It's like with ranking, right? You know you're going to be here for like weeks and weeks and weeks, and so you're just like kind of, you know, sitting here in front of players just more or less AFKing, right? Like a lot of these people are just kind of like meh. Whereas if you're only here for like a week and you're having a fun experience and you enjoying things and you know the grind's not going to be too long, you're probably more likely to just do things for fun and not worry about like how efficient it is. So maybe that would help things if they didn't make it a huge grind. They're giving paladins and shamans to both factions. Yeah, like OG Sphere said, not that we know of, but they essentially said, I don't remember if they said this at BlizzCon or if it was an interview or a post or something, but they said they wanted to keep it like where you feel that difference between Horde and Alliance, but that some of the benefits are like a little bit more dispersed. We did it. I think it's going to be interesting to see like if warrior tanks are just like the minority now. I think they probably will be. Like, what's your incentive to play the same thing? Like, I mean, I guess they have a few new like, I don't know, a few new nice little things, like devastate and stuff. So maybe shield tank warrior is more fun or a little bit capable now, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I feel like so many people would just rather play the other tanks. Actually, one Warsong game going.
Embrace the shadow.
Warrior runes are busted. I'd stick with Fury Prot. They do a lot more damage. You got a Warsong to pop instantly. Oh gosh. Lucky. Yeah. I don't know, man. The AV meta with era servers is frustrating. I wish Blizzard would do something to kind of like, even on the weekends for Warsong or AB, it's like hard to even get queues. I get it on like a Monday or whatever, it's fine, but it's frustrating when even weekdays or whatever, it's kind of hard, or it takes a while. I think the warrior stuff to me personally, as a non-warrior player, seems a little boring, I guess, though. I don't know. But I don't really know what you do with a warrior that doesn't change things too much. Like makes it. That's why kind of the warrior class always wasn't that exciting to me, because it's just a different alternate way to hit with a weapon, right? So I've always thought like magic classes or even like rogues and stuff have just been more engaging to play. So I don't really know if there's that much that you could even do with warriors for their runes, besides just giving them kind of like damage things or... Catheter, I remember your name. I think I literally remember doing a strat live with you back when I first hit 60, and you were like in full, like almost full dungeon set. You were in almost the full dungeon set heroism stuff, and like the .05 or the .5 stuff, and you had like Arcanite Reaper, or you had the rag axe. I can't remember, but I totally remember you. That's funny. I think raid composition will change a lot too, not just by class but by role too. Healers are stronger, then you don't need as many. Yeah, I think it'll be depending on how they scale stuff. But yeah, even if they do scale some bosses up with damage, or things are hitting harder and things like that, there's some bosses in the game that just inevitably don't do as much damage. Like think of for example in Nax Lotheb, when you have the healing windows, like you could be full DPS build and just have like a crazy healing rune, where you know, like so many classes could have a healing rune that fight would just be more or less a DPS race with all DPS and just healers throwing out a healing rune every once in a while with something. Warrior runes are busted. I'll stick with Fury. Oh, I read that one. Yeah, I mean, like, the warrior runes do seem pretty strong, because a lot of them are just basically raw damage, but they just don't seem... It's kind of like Hunter. I feel like Hunter's the same way. Like, the runes for Hunter are strong, but a lot of them aren't that exciting. Can't figure out if Feral Druid actually will do some damage now. So low of weapon and no attack power like in TBC. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, they might do... They'll probably do a lot of damage based on if they were the only ones to get changes. But if every class across the board is getting a bunch of damage buffs and everything, then Druid rises up with the other classes, but still stays in its subpar roles, if that makes sense. That's the thing that I'm kind of worried about with Druid, is like all these other classes are getting crazy buffs, and it's like your class was already, like Druid class was already always kind of like meh at everything, and so it's like now you're just you're like slightly better at a few things, but you're, instead of now getting the full kit, you have to pick and choose on runes. So it feels like you're almost like, I don't know, it feels like it's almost like a nerf to druids in a way. We'll have to see how they play out, but I don't know. Cool warrior rune would give them more yeah, that's true, anti-mage stuff. Charge thunderclap into a root, yeah, or making thunderclap do some kind of like, yeah, because they have the thunderclap one where it's reducing attack speed, but what if they did one where it reduced like cast speed? That'd be kind of interesting. Yeah, warriors right now don't really have a whole lot of besides just hitting casters hard, besides just hitting them hard, they don't really have any ways of dealing with them in a better manner. I know later they got like a throwing interrupt, like a thrown interrupt, which something similar might be kind of cool. But then again, it's like, how strong do you make classes until you just get too far away from classic? It's hard to say. I know that's one of people's big complaints right now, is that it's basically giving you abilities from like I don't know, like not classic abilities that are right, like in line with that, I guess. Probably the most fun in terms of PvP for warriors is one rune allowing charge, intercept, and intervene to be used and removes all snares. Yeah, that one seems really, really strong. That will help warriors a lot with like closing gaps and stuff. I believe Hunter and Warrior will get some awesome runes later on at like level 35. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the Warriors, a lot of their really nice abilities come later on, like towards the bottom of like their talent trees, or like later on in the levels. So we shall see for sure. I think like a warrior at level 25 with like a weird dueling spec where he gets last stand would be kind of fun for like world PvP. So it's so, I don't know if you guys are like this, but it's hard with all these changes and seeing stuff, and then also knowing that the level cap's only 25. You're like, oh, maybe I'll make this, maybe I'll make that, maybe I'll try out this. Probably the most fun in terms of PvP. Yeah, I read that one. Do you know how much Rage Sunfire will cost in Bear and cost energy wise? I would imagine for cat it would be like the same energy cost as like Claw or Mangle. So 15 energy, that sounds about right. Bear, I'd say probably 10 rage sounds like 5 seems way too little. 10 seems about right, I would say, but I haven't seen it anywhere. That's the problem with the runes too, is like a lot of like mana cost things we haven't seen. We haven't seen like cooldowns on stuff. So some of these runes that seem extremely strong, like there's a few mage ones, like they have some really crazy arcane stuff, but we don't know the cooldown on that. I need to do a BW. I still need my gloves for my I don't have my 10 storms gloves for the three piece. I have the bracers and the belt. We're already so far away from classic. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Like Season of Discovery might be tons of fun, but it might not feel like classic at all. Or we might be pleasantly surprised and be like, man, this was tons of fun, and I still felt like I was playing classic, just with the change, like just with new changes. So, and that's why I'm happy that they're doing it as a season. So it's like, if it really sucks and we end up not liking it as a player base, then they're probably not going to do it again, or they'll, tweak some stuff. What do I think will be the master of PvP and SOD at 25? I mean, like, I think it really depends. Like, if you're playing in like a group setting in PvP, like World PvP and Ashenvale or something, and you're with like a group, I think casters are gonna be very, very good, just in general. But I think like solo gameplay or playing with just like one or two people, I don't think casters will be very good at all. And I could be wrong, but I think like for example, warlocks, like, yeah, they get some pretty cool abilities. They have some decent kit, but I think like melee classes are still going to absolutely destroy them at 25. I think Hunter, Druid, Shaman, Rogue would be my top picks if you're gonna just play like all around PvP. If you're gonna play all by yourself, my choice would be Hunter and Rogue and Druid. If you're gonna play with like 1 or 2 people, then probably Shaman would be the best. But we'll see. I don't really think there was no class that really stuck out as being just straight up bad, right? Like I don't think, like for example, I don't think Shadow Priest, like if you're wanting to play DPS Priest, I think you wait till 40. 25, I think you have a decent kit for healing people at 25 as a priest, but you're not going to be doing much help as playing Shadow at 25. Other than that, I think there's not really any classes that stick out as being really bad. Everything seems like it's getting fairly decent buffs across the board. And we have to realize they stated that they're willing, like they're looking at things and they understand not everything's going to be balanced, but anything that's like too drastically like weak or overpowered, they're going to make changes to. So that's just kind of a thing that the community has to be able to discuss. Paladin's going to be strong as hell. Yeah, I think Paladin will be really strong, especially just for the mana thing. Like I was thinking, show you guys. Okay. I was thinking about just how come on. Yeah, S-Fan's DPS meter was pretty good, but you have to understand too that he had I believe he had the Pally Mace, which is insane at that level. So I do really think they're going to do a lot of good damage, obviously. But one thing I was realizing too is even if you're playing Holy Pally, like being able to pick, I believe the hand, yeah, this like Beacon's obviously good, right? But this Crusader Strike, it regenerates 2% of your maximum mana. It doesn't regenerate 2% of base mana. So if you have a huge mana pool, if you have a lot of intellect as a holy pally, like this rune might be really, really strong for you for regenning mana. So I mean there's some things that you can, some weird little choices that you can make as a player that's seems unconventional in terms of like, oh, why would you want Crusader Strike on a healer when you're trying to heal? But like there's some of those abilities, even like Shaman has some of them where it's like pretty decent. Crusader Strike healer. You're one of the 3 founding members of a classic guild that is still going today, even though I left after we cleared Nax. I was a bear tank and tanked most of the bosses in our first clears. I loved your videos back in the day. I'm thinking about trying to come back as tank shaman. What do you think the odds of my doing that kind of experience again are? Yeah, I mean, like I think shaman tank seems extremely strong. They also seem pretty strong as like a tank on bosses where they have different like frost, fire, and nature effects just because of elemental warding, and then the rune that reduces all damage by 10%, because that's not just physical damage, it's also spell damage. So they have some decent stuff. Oh, yeah, OG Fear. Yo. Nice. Excited to see the metas being formed. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see kind of what people find does really well. But then also it's like, even if it does really if it does really well in certain situations, might find that like if it's just you running around with like 1 or 2 people, Crusader Strike might be really good, right? But then if you're in a group situation where it's like maybe 10-20 people in PvP, you probably don't want that, because anytime you push up to the front line to get a Crusader Strike, you risk you're probably going to die. They'll probably target you and kill you. So you might want to stay max distance, have Beacon of Light on like one of your really beefy warriors that's going to go in to the front lines, and then just kind of heal people that way and rely on like mana pots and stuff. Good Molten Core tank. Yeah. I mean, Shaman tanking is even fun in Classic now. Like, I know people kind of laugh at it, but I've tanked all the... I've never tanked any raids, but I've tanked all the lower level stuff, like Skolo Strat, all sorts of... and I have like Stylines, I have... What are my other good pieces? I mean, I have like a lot of different rings for... Escander's good for the dodge that you get. I have so many different shields. Yeah, and the nice thing about Shaman Tank, at least in Classic iteration, is you can get really high mit with like dodge and stuff. Then I have this, which the chance on hit actually happens quite a bit to increase your chance or your attack speed by 30%. So most people hate this weapon, but the 30% attack speed increase plus berserking plus fury, or the flurry talent for crits, you can get insane attack speed, which is a lot of fun. Warlocks seem like they'll be very strong. Yeah, I think Warlock's toolkit looks pretty awesome. I think people are going to be a little disappointed with Warlocks at 25, to be honest. Just because they don't have much spell power gear, right? So people are going to be like, oh my gosh, Warlocks are going to be so strong. They're going to level to 25, and they're going to realize they don't have much spell power gear. So their damage is not as high as they'd like it to be. And then, like, yeah, they have decent survivability runes, but like with all the other classes having a lot higher damage now, it's going to kind of make those survival abilities a moot point. I think the Warlock stuff is going to take a while to feel strong. Like at 60, I think Warlocks are going to be awesome, but the lower level stuff, I don't know. Not sure if this has been asked, but do you plan on going Druid for SOD? I'm super hyped for Feral. Yes, I'm going to go Druid as my semi-main. Like, Druid will be my main at 60, right? But at level 25, I probably will play my Shaman the most, is my guess. I'm going to have a Shaman as well. But I'll still play my Druid a lot as well. Just kind of see which is more fun. I will level the Druid first, though, for sure. Even see Shaman Tank using the Way of Earth rune and dual wield so they can pump just like Fury Prot. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. For example, they have some interesting survival stuff with like Shamanistic Rage for reduced damage, so it might be worth it for a Shaman Tank on like a quick fight too, to just like quickly like pop defensive cooldowns, but then just like be much more offensively geared and just pump for threat stuff. But also we'll have to see how threat works in Season of Discovery, because Like threat is a real issue with like at level 60 on classic era servers. However, threat didn't really seem like much of an issue at level 25 with Svan tanking as a shaman. He disconnected mid fight, and he was disconnected for like 20 seconds, and the boss just kept hitting him. So we'll have to see. I have grounding up, but I still got silenced. I hate when that happens. Also, I feel like one reason Alliance doesn't queue for Warsong as much is because I feel like the majority of the time I queue for Warsong on Horde, we have geared players. Whereas Alliance, I feel like there's always like 3 to 5 of them that are just like in really, really bad gear. So I pretty much always win Warsong. And I feel like as an Alliance player, that'd be pretty frustrating to just lose every single game. Like, with someone like this, it's almost pointless for me to PvP against them because I just one-shot them. Like, look at that. OG just destroyed her. Well, I see most shamans running dual spec, or I see most shamans running dual wield since you get 5% hit on so early. Yeah, I mean, okay, this is just my opinion, and I think there's a lot of people that are complaining about dual wield taking over shamans, and I agree, but I think that we haven't seen all the runes yet, and I'm pretty sure at the higher levels there's going to be some pretty good two-hand enhancement things, you know. It's just like right now I think they want to make it feel like, because the low levels, like low level enhancement shaman, you literally do nothing. You don't have Storm Strike yet, right? So you don't have Wind Fury, so it's literally the worst gameplay ever. So I think that's why they give you dual wield and lava lash at the lower levels, because then it makes enhanced feel like you actually somewhat have something to do. Whereas the lower or the later levels, then you can buff two-hand, but it wouldn't make sense to do it the opposite way, right? Like, what if they gave you runes for two-hand and then they gave you the dual wield stuff later? It just doesn't make as much sense. Because I can't do this jump as a skelly. We're gonna get it. There we go. You want to push Disc to its limit in Season of Discovery? I think it'll be a fun PvP wise. Yeah, I think Disc, especially like later on in the game, will be a lot of fun, especially if you're playing like a hybrid build where you go to get silence and like mind flay, and you play it kind of like a true offensive priest like that. I think would be a lot of fun. If they give balanced druids, the Eclipse mechanic is a rune paired with the new Storm Rage rune for free wraths. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't know if I really liked the balance stuff later in the game, like when you had to like worry about your eclipse bar and everything. I'm not sure. In a PvE sense, it was fun, just because it gave you more of like a rotation. But PvP, maybe I guess that would be your choice, right? You would just switch up what runes you're running for PvP versus PvE. That guy has corrupted. Try and burst him instead of heal you through that. That was a grounding for that. Heal this. Oh, you're dead. Oh. He mind soothed me? Interesting. I guess I should not attack him. I do not see him. I didn't even know you could mind soothe like a PvP enemy. That's funny. I really hope they get rid of Druid Wind Fairy thing. Wind Fairy is supposed to be a horde only thing. I kind of agree, but I actually don't agree because it's a horde only thing. I don't really care about that too much, to be honest. I just disagree because, like, I mean, I disagree with you that it shouldn't be an alliance thing or a druid thing, just because I feel like you're gonna be forced to do that now. Like, as a druid, they're just gonna want you to, like, it's just another role that you have to fill instead of just getting to play how you want to play. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel bad for the Alliance when it comes to PvPing in Era. I feel like a lot of the geared players don't actually PvP on Alliance side, but a lot of the geared horde play. So then you just have really, really lopsided matches. Or a melee moon can build with hand or rag. Yeah, I've always thought that the melee, like druid and meleeing is kind of like would be a fun aspect with Omen of Clarity, in my opinion. Like, I don't know how you'd make it be kind of fair, I guess, but or balanced, but it'd be kind of a concept, especially because like they're so like the armor increase that you get makes you fairly tanky. So like being able to be up close in combat would be fun. They need to keep it on Druid and make Druid benefit from weapons. I think okay, here's my takeaway. I feel like the Wind Fury rune, if they have it on Druids, I wish you didn't have to be in cat form, right? So you could still play like as a Resto Druid, but you could have that to benefit your raid. Because I feel like they're going to bring, some people will bring a Feral Druid just because of the buff. They don't really care about your DPS. So if they're just going to bring you for your buff, you might as, it would be nice if you were able to choose like how you wanted to play. If Druid gets Wind Fury, then the Horde get Pally buff equivalents. Yeah, they get similar things. Okay, so it's like I don't I say that, but I don't actually know if there's any Pally ones so far for. Wasn't there? Let's look real fast. Shaman. I mean, Molten Blast is like somewhat like Consecration, I guess, but like not really. You don't have any of the Pally buffs coming over yet. I think you will maybe in the later levels, but it does seem kind of weird that the Paladin got a lot of things that were like, this is this one right here, your inspiring presence periodically dispels fear and sleep effects. So this is walking tremor totem, right? And so it's actually arguably better than tremor. I don't know if this is passive, this is crazy, right? If this is a cooldown, then it's not as crazy. It's not that big of a deal. And it has a mana cost, then it's not that crazy. But they also have Horn of Lordaeron, which is basically your it's basically your Strength of Earth totem and your Grace of Air totem bundled into one, which is pretty strong. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what they end up doing. I mean, Holy Pally in Classic, speedrunning Nax, and will main Holy Pally in this season. Someone already has a totem that reduces threat rate, but it's not as good as. Yeah, they have. Well, they have Tranquil Air Totem, which is the threat one. But the problem is like it affects your whole party, right? So if you have a tank in your party, then you can't use it because then it's completely pointless. And then your melee parties want Grace of Air, or they want Wind Fury over that, right? They want Wind Fury or Grace of Air over a threat totem. So it just kind of makes the threat totem pretty much pointless to use. You'll use it in a raid setting if you're in a like a mage group or a warlock group or something like that, as just something to throw down. But need shaman. I mean, shaman's still having totems that alliance players don't have to deal with certain mechanics, as well as better reticles. Get out of fear, AP buff, and haste buff. Yeah, I mean, shamans still have a really great toolkit, and they're just getting even more tools at their disposal with some of the runes coming. So I'm not like upset that shamans are getting, or I mean, pallies are getting some of the shaman stuff, but it's just interesting. It'll be interesting to see like what happens at the later levels with runes too, or just how threat is. Like people are saying this stuff about threat right now, but if like, who cares if you don't get salve if threat's not really an issue for tanks anymore? Salvation's considered the best buff in Classic. Yeah, I know. It's definitely a huge perk of Alliance for sure for raiding. You read the new article that came out last night on Wowhead about Classic and SOD? There's been a lot coming out, so I don't know the specific one. I'll peek. There's been a lot of articles coming out, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Four phases for leveling plan for Season of Discovery. Is that it, maybe? I read the Wowhead interview one and did a video on that one. Let's see real fast. Is this the one you're talking about? The level caps, zone events, Ashen Veil, and Black Fathoms. We know that. Sneak peek. Oh, okay. So they showed off some. Oh wow, they do have. They'll have some trinkets. That's nice. Fathom Blade is fast. It's a fast sword. 24 DPS. This is what I think is hilarious though. 24 DPS, right? And then you have, where is my guy? Here. You have this broken you have this broken quest item that you can get that's a one-handed mace and it's 22 DPS. So that's crazy to me. Oh, the site is oh, here, hold on. That's the article that I'm reading right now if you want to look at it. And the site is, let's do this. That is the site for checking out the level 25 stuff. Again, that's not set in stone. Realize that things might be changed. For example, you might not be able to get the Nomergon quest completed. I don't know. We'll have to see on those things. Chest. This is a cloth chest. 12 stam, 6 int for agility. This is interesting. 12 stam, 6. What is? So it's like on the same level as something like this, and it's in a raid. I feel like that's a little strange. You get the buff with the armor, right? The armor buff is really nice. But some of these, like the trinkets, obviously are great, but some of these pieces, you might still have a better piece from a quest or another dungeon. The same quest for Hammer gives a fat wand too. Yeah, I noticed that. It's like a fire wand, right? I don't know if it's better. Is it better though than the Black Fathom? What is this gonna do, by the way? Like this quest that's for BFD, is it going to exist, but it's going to be better? You know, like I don't know. 32 versus, so they're fairly close, but yeah, this one ends up being a little bit better. But this gives you some stats, so the shadow resist is nice. But I don't even know if you'll be able to get this, or if it'll be upgraded or turned into a raid quest or what. Be interesting to see how they do that. But this is my point kind of with spellcasters is, as you can see, they added some stuff to give you some more spell damage, which is very nice. We'll see how that affects things. But outside of that, like there's only a few pieces that you can get that have spell damage. So at the lower levels of the game, I don't think casters are going to be quite as strong as they get as they level up, like level 40, level 50, and then to level 60. I think casters just kind of grow with strength and power. I think another good one to look at is Horde Rogues, because Horde Rogues will have access to this mace, and it's like a decent speed for an offhand. We can look at, we want to go to Season of Discovery. We look at, let's do Undead Rogue 25. Combat. Dagger Rogue might be a little bit better though, because you have that Strike from the Shadows ability, but you also don't have. No, you do have Vanish. Vanish is like level 22 or something, so you'll have Vanish. I don't know, Rogue, and you have Poisons. Rogues have a pretty good kit at 25, and then you have this. And I would normally say this is also a really good one, but again, this is a quest in BFD, so you might not be able to get this. You might just end up going for. You wouldn't want this really because it could mess up any kind of CC. These chance on hit poison dots are kind of a dangerous thing. You probably will get some kind of Warsong thing though. Like the Warsong dagger is pretty good. There's also some really good things from Stockades. Like this has a chance to interrupt spellcasts. So, but I think this is kind of harder to get because it's a rare spawn within, but I don't know. I feel like melee DPS is gonna have it at level 25. Fathom's Blade surely meant for Arms Warrior with a 20% attack speed rune. That's true. Yeah, kind of like a Fury, two-handed Fury build. Look at the quest change for that. Oh yeah, I know the quest chain for it is pretty brutal. Let's bring that up. Find. I have so many tabs open. Final Passage, I think. Yes. So we're looking at like this is the series of things you have to do. So it's a 10-part quest. A lot of the things you do are pretty fast and easy, but you do have to kill some higher level things in like caves. Like this part I think isn't this in the cave, and yeah, it's this harpy cave. You have to do some harder level stuff, but I mean, so many people will want this mace that you'll be able to find a group for it pretty fast. So we'll see. Can't decide Druid, Priest, or Rogue for SOD. Are you talking level 30? Or I mean, excuse me, are you talking level 60, or are you talking the first bracket for 25? Because for level 60, I think it's too much up in the air as to what you'll have fun with, what different runes and abilities you'll get. I would probably just, for level 60, I would just pick based off of like what you've enjoyed playing in the past. But for level 25, I will say I think Rogue's going to be a lot of fun, especially because you have Sprint, you have Improved Sprint, you also have Stealth, you have Vanish, you have Poisons, and then you also have the Ranged Combo Builder and Ranged Combo Spender. So like you can't get kited as easily. I think Rogue is going to be very frustrating to deal with. That's the problem though, guys. Like all the classes, I'm like, oh, that sounds fun. Oh, I should try that one. You know, like there's so many classes in like that we know kind of a little bit of their toolkit, and it looks a lot of fun. So we'll have to see. Feral at 25 is going to be rough since we can't power shift and mana is too low. Yeah, I think at 25 you either play. I think 25, if you want to play Feral, you got to find a rogue friend, right? You find one rogue, and then you and that rogue go around, and you kind of rely on the rogue with its cheap shot and then its poison slows, so that you can kind of stay in cat form more. Or if you're going to play without a rogue, or you're going to play by yourself or with a group, then I think you need to just go like a balanced resto hybrid kind of build. I think at level 40, Feral will be pretty fun, but before then, I think you gotta wait. I remember at level 40, Feral was a lot of fun in the beta, and also level 40, you have Dire Bear form, so you're a lot more tanky. Alright, we'll play here in about 20 minutes. I mean, I should run from this. Pally's just gonna heal everyone. I was just gonna Flame Shock. I heard the rogue. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yo, what is this rogue? This rogue really wants me. Rogue doesn't. Oh, does Rogue get? Rogue gets cheap shot at like 26, right? So they're literally one level away from getting cheap shot. Yeah, that. Kind of rough. I knew you didn't have kidney, but man, not even having cheap shot is kind of a bummer. That's probably why there's no. That's probably why they gave rogues the more of like some of the dagger, like the shadow step thing. So you probably will see a lot of rogues just playing dagger rogue, ambush, backstab stuff. Because without cheap shot, like, I don't know. They don't have cold blood prep, cheap shot. Yeah, so it's like you're way more susceptible to pretty much everything. My favorite WoWer is back. Hey, what's up, man? I recognize your name. Definitely recognize your name. Yeah, it's fun to see some of you guys coming back in and chatting with me, and definitely names that I recognize. With the new bleeds and poisons, dwarf racial stoneform is looking great. Yeah, I mean, stoneform has always had its place, right? It's just more about like stoneform questionable with how much you care about PvE, I guess. But besides that, dwarf is a pretty good PvP pick for some certain matchups, right? That is one thing. I mean, I do like the racials to an extent because you can kind of make some good choices. Like, not all the choices are like set in stone. Like, if you play Gnome Rogue, you have Escape Artist, which is really nice against certain classes. But then the Stoneform's really nice against other rogues. Like against warriors is really good. So you kind of have to, you know, pick and choose. Who's this guy even healing? I'm confused. You hate to see it. I wonder if Shadow Priest will get some kind of mana sustain at later levels. I think they will. Like you can't add all these, like, there's so many PvE things that they already seem to be adding for Shadow, like in terms of AoE damage and things like that. They've got to add some sort of mana sustain at the higher levels, or it's just gonna be game over. I bet it'll be something tied to Shadow form. They'll probably, because if you give them a mana sustain and they're playing as a healer, then it's going to be super overpowered. So I would assume that any kind of mana sustain probably says like, while in Shadow form, you regain blah blah blah. You know, it'll probably be something along those lines. So you can't like break it by using it outside of Shadow form. How strong ferals are going to be in PvP. Mangle, big damage. Bear is 20% less of all damage. Interrupting Cat. With a Mango Maul combo. It'll be interesting to see if the damage increases that you get as feral hold up against the other classes, if that makes sense. Like you can get a damage buff and it sounds really good, but if you're getting if I give you a 50% damage buff and I give rogues a 60% damage buff, well, you're still going to lose to rogues, right? In a 1v1 where you're just sitting there meleeing each other. So I think that's kind of where the class changes can sound really overpowered, but if you look at it as like all the players, it might kind of change things up a little bit in terms of all the classes as like a larger thing. But will I play at 60? Druid, 100% I'll play at 60. Shaman will be like an alt that I have. I probably will play Shaman at 60, but I will definitely play Shaman at the lower levels. But yeah, Druid 100% I will be playing. I've always loved Druid, and I think they have the ability to make a lot of really cool changes with Druid with the runes. That being said, they also have the ability to kind of make the class feel even kind of worse than it is already, which there we grounded his coil. Dodge to CS. Interrupt that. Next time he starts casting, we'll do a grenade. Ugh, I thought that would finish him right there. Wasn't quite enough. NS here? No, I can't get out of that. I was going to play Druid, but I think it's going to be overpopulated, so I'm going to go Priest instead. I think you should play what you want, Wade, even if it feels like it's going to be overpopulated, just because I think naturally you kind of have that what do I want to put, like, you have like this class attrition that happens anyways, because a lot of the classes are more skill based than people want to know, like that they know that, right? Like for example, druids, I feel like druids aren't the strongest at PvP, right? But they're very, very strong if you know how to play them. But they take a long time to like learn the ins and outs, and there's a lot of abilities. And like, for example, as a warrior, like, what do you really have to do? Not much, you know? Like, you can be a really, really good warrior, and you can be like just like an average warrior, and you're probably going to do about the same in PvP. Like, it's not going to be that noticeable, but like like some classes, like you can definitely tell a bad player from a good player. So I wouldn't really say that, like, even though a lot of people are probably going to play Druid, I would say that a lot of people fall off when they realize it's not just like a I win button, right? Whereas, like, I'll be the first to admit, playing a shaman, I don't have to be like, your totems and interrupts and stuff is kind of where the skill ceiling is, right? But just casting lightning bolt and just destroying people is pretty easy. So I don't think Ellie Shaman has like a very big like skill, like it doesn't have much skill issues in terms of like an average player can pick it up and play it pretty well. Whereas I feel like some of the other classes, like Hunter for sure, and I would say even Warlock to a certain extent, like you can, if you're really good at the class, you can do a lot of crazy stuff with like pet management, CCing, all that kind of stuff adds up big time with those classes. Whereas like a really, really good warrior might, you know, be able to have a little bit better knowledge of like what stance they should be in, and making sure that they don't get feared while in battle stance, or they, you know, might have some good use of like weapon swap macros, and I don't know. It's just not as like big of a skill gap in my opinion. So I would say you play the class that you want to play. Like if it's a druid that you want to play, I would go for it, and I would say that most players who say they're going to play one class will probably switch multiple times, you know, just because, especially with this season of Mastery, I think the classes are going to, like, certain runes sound really fun, right? But it's still too early to say. I don't know if that rambling kind of made any sense at all. I feel like druids are super difficult to play in PvP. Yeah, I mean, like, I agree, and I don't even think I by no means believe that I'm an amazing PvPer. However, I spent a lot of time playing druid at level 60, and I feel like I have a decent level of gameplay experience, and I can play the class pretty well. But like someone just picking it up, you've got a lot to learn, and I think a lot of people who are just going druid because of Season of Mastery won't really like have quite as much fun as they think they would. But who knows? We'll see. Like even if druid's bad, I'm just excited to, you know, test out the new changes, see how it feels, and just kind of go from there. I don't know. Hey Evan, what's up? Hey, how's it going, man? Always played priest, druid, or shaman, so I'm cool with any of them. I think horde is gonna have a shortage of priests, so judging by the poll. That's actually a good point. Like, and I think if you play priest, you're going to get, I don't know how to say this, but I think if you play priest, you're going to be rewarded, because I think priests do, like, their abilities do feel kind of like, I wouldn't say lacking, but they do feel a little bit like less exciting than other classes. So I feel like some of the maybe really exciting priest abilities are for the higher levels. So I think if you make it through level 25 content as a priest, I think level 40 is going to be crazy. Miss the druid videos, much love. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, more druid videos to come in the future for sure. Now that we have new content to kind of sink our teeth into. That's the thing, like before when I was making content, like I just ran out. I didn't want to just keep making videos for the sake of making videos, you know, like just felt like I kind of exhausted all the topics I wanted to cover. I didn't really have, like, I've been playing WoW this whole time that I haven't been making videos, but I just haven't really had anything to make videos for. So the new changes really excite me because I have a lot of different ideas. Most priest players going alliance to begin with since dwarfs are OP. Yeah. Shadow actually looks very strong in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Shadow will be strong just like it always is, but I'm just excited to see the different changes that you get later on with Shadow too, because what we kind of talked about yesterday was the fact that if you look at all of these different, if we take a look at all these different like changes to things, you don't see any of these abilities don't say something that like they can't use, right? So Shadow Priest doesn't really become a thing anyways until they get Shadow form, right? Like you have Shadow abilities, but a true Shadow Priest is when you get Shadow form, and you won't even have Shadow form at 25. So I think seeing the stuff that comes out at level 40 for Shadow Priest is where people are gonna be like, oh my gosh, Shadow Priest, like I wish I played Shadow. That's just my 2 cents on that. I don't know what other classes are kind of like. I know rogues have kind of got that from people. People have said rogues, they don't really look that exciting, or they look kind of one-dimensional. Like, for example, if you PvP, you're going to pick. If you PvP, you're going to pick like Quick Draw, Between the Eyes, and Shadow Strike, probably, right? Maybe you'd choose Mutilate for a random spec that you want to try out. But then PvE, you're going like Deadly Brew, Envenom, and then I haven't read through all these, and then maybe like Mutilate, or I think this is the tanking one. But your choices are kind of set out for you. Then you have your tank ones as well, so you don't really have as many choices. But I think these will get flushed out for classes as they level up, right? Rogues notoriously get a lot of their main bread and butter skills later on in the game, right? Like the first like 20 levels of rogue, you don't really have much of your toolkit. So I think that a lot of these classes will, I don't know, be more exciting later on down the line. What version of WoW am I playing? Right now I'm playing on white main on classic era servers. But right now the stuff we're talking about is for Season of Discovery. Just kind of getting excited for the launch. Paladin, best PvE tank. Druid, best PvE healer. Feral, mandatory PvE. Group, Arcane Mage will go crazy in PvE. Let's see. Paladin, best PvE tank. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say the tank and the healing thing is just too early to tell, in my opinion. But definitely think Arcane Mage in PvE is going to be insane, especially if you're like the hybrid with the heals. And then Feral being mandatory in PvP or PvE groups with the Wind Furry stuff. Yeah, I kind of think so. So definitely agree with you on some of those things. One of my guilds wants to go Alliance, in which case I'd go Dwarf Priest. Discs always felt really strong while leveling in World PvP and duels. Yeah, especially because, well, I think too though is like Disc Priest is really strong because of like mana and wands and things like that. So if other classes are buffed to not have to worry about mana nearly as much, or they have a lot more burst damage, then that's where Disc could like run into some issues. But Disc also has some pretty good like kind of oh shit buttons, like having penance and barrier, both really good, obviously. Wind Furry, yeah, exactly. Alliance is going to go crazy with Feral Wind Furry. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried about. I feel like they're just gonna have like 4 druids in the raid for like their melee groups, or 5 even, depends on how many melee they take. But we also have to realize that we're looking at it from the lens of everyone's playing a warrior, right? That like you're doing a 40-man raid and you have like 20 warriors maybe, but with all these changes, you might have a little bit more diversity in your raid. So maybe you won't see quite as many cat druids having to run Wind Fury, but we'll see. Paladin mana recycling for the healing group with the new AoE threat and taunt seems bonker to me. Let's see. I haven't looked at Paladin too crazy. While you know this ability, the threat bonus. This is weird how they worded this. Wants a target to attack you, but has no effect if the target is already attacking you. While you know this ability, the threat bonus from Righteous Fury is increased to 80%, and Righteous Fury, while you know, I get what it's saying. While you know this ability as a class, now using this rune, Righteous Fury is increased to 80%, and Righteous Fury causes you to gain mana when healed by others equal to 20. Okay, when healed by others. Okay, that's important to see. I was like, why don't you just like beacon yourself as a healer and then you're just getting crazy amounts of mana? When you healed by others equal to 25% amount healed. Additionally, Righteous Fury is active damage, which takes you below 35% health, is reduced by 20%. Man, they packed a lot of stuff into this. That's crazy. Divine Sack is obviously great. Still will be great, but you're having to choose what to get rid of with that. That's why I like the rune system, is like you're having to make some pretty hard choices sometimes. Let's see. I'm worried about Season of Discovery ending instead of Classic Plus, where it keeps going. It keeps expanding, literally. Yeah, but I agree with you. Especially if it's really fun and everyone's loving it. It would suck to see it go, but I think it will help Blizzard really to nail down what they want to do in the future for changes. Um, we'll have to see. I don't know. If Shadow Priest gets Shadow Word Death at 25, we have Imp, Psychic Scream, Mind Flay, Blackout procs, and if you go Troll, the passive seems like it's going to run through everyone. True. Man, yeah, Troll Priest, man. That is a good point. See, this is the problem, guys. It's like anytime we talk about a different class besides Druid, I'm just like, oh yeah, that sounds like fun. Maybe I want to play that. It's like Season of Discovery should be called like Season of Rolling Alts. Speaking of mana, Life Bloom and Water Shield sound incredible. Meanwhile, Holy Pally gets unnerfed Illumination. Priest doesn't have a mana gain rune and ability, it seems, for healing. Yeah, we'll have to see if like later priests get some better mana kind of regen abilities or something. It might be what's coming too with like Shadow Priest mana stuff. They might kind of have a crossover. But yeah, right now Shaman seems like it has, like, let's take a peek at Shaman real fast. Like Shaman has some crazy stuff. Like for, you probably wouldn't take it in like a raid environment because you'd be forgoing some stuff, and you're also not getting hit very often in raiding. But in PvP, things like Shield Mastery, Way of Earth, and Water Shield seem extremely strong. And also, if you didn't want Way of Earth for like just all this passive stuff, like Shamanistic Rage is on a 1-minute cooldown and it lasts 15 seconds. And so it's kind of like, not only is it helping you with like mitting damage, but you're also getting a huge amount of mana regen back. And it's good mana regen regardless of what spec you are, because it's based off attack power, spell power, or healing power, whichever is the greater value. So I don't know. Shaman has some pretty crazy ways of playing. Like I feel like Shaman is one of the most like diverse, where you can like really mix and match things depending on how you want to play, right? Whereas some of the other specs are a little bit more like for example, let's talk Druid, because we all love Druid. Like Druid is one of the most like set in stone. Like Chest, the only one that I will take in PvP would be Survival of the Fittest. The only reason I would take anything else is if I'm playing with more than like, if I'm playing with like 10 people and I'm just healing, I would take Living Seed, I guess, just because it's the only other option that's good. Maybe Fury of the Storm Rage. And then I would only ever take Wild Strikes as if I'm playing with like a melee, specifically in PvP. But like for any kind of solo stuff, I would just always be taking Survival of the Fittest. And then same thing with like legs. It's like if you're going to be playing Feral, you're taking Skull Bash. If you're playing Hybrid, you're probably taking Skull Bash. If you're playing Balance, then you'd probably take Star Surge, depending on how much this costs mana-wise. And then Life Bloom is great, but I don't know if it's good enough. Like it will just depend on how much damage you're taking at level 25. But Skull Bash is just really nice. And then like same Same thing with your hands. I would just be taking Sunfire. I would only take Mangle if I'm gonna stay in melee range in cat or bear form a lot. So if I'm in a full feral build, I would take Mangle. But if I'm playing like a hybrid-y thing, I'd do Sunfire. But like that's my point. It's like these ones are a little bit more fleshed out, which with what I think is good. Whereas like Shaman, like you can make a case for like pretty much anything on here being like pretty decent. The only thing I probably would not take at all for PvP, is there anything Healing Rain I wouldn't take for PvP, just because like obviously you have to have people standing in one area. Other than that, all three of these could be good in their own situations. All of these could be good in their own situations. Same thing with all these. I don't know. Molten Blast, probably the least out of these, but you still could get away with using it, making it work. Rolling Ellie Shaman for sure. Yeah, I mean Ellie Shaman seems like it's gonna be great. But we shall see with all the changes. I just can't wait to get in there, guys, and play. It's gonna be so much fun. And the fact that you get to end game so quickly, like level 25, you know, that's like 2 days of playing like quite a few hours a day. Like level 25 is probably, for an average player, is probably 20 hours of gameplay, I'd say. So if you like you kind of like no life the first few days, like you could hit 25 before you theoretically log off for the first time, but the average player will hit 25 within like week, right? If you're playing like 3 or 4 hours a day. I'm new. What will Troll do for Shadow Priest? So they get, yeah, their racial ability is called Shadow Guard. It looks exactly like Earthshield. Or excuse me, not Earthshield, Lightning Shield. It just looks like a little lightning ball going around, but when it procs, it does damage. However, it can proc your Blackout, which is a stun that Shadow Priests get. And so it's just extremely strong. And it's something to kind of look at in terms of PvP. It's going to be pretty big. And then beyond that, you get the healing reduction curse, which is nice, especially because you can use rank 1 of it, and it costs way less mana, but it still has the 20 or 30% reduced healing. So it's like a mini Mortal Strike. Very nice. Worse on Goldron release with cat form, movement speed 30%. FCing will be fun. Yeah, I think it'll be crazy. Plus, you can play bear form, or you can play bear charge plus skull bash. So you could effectively charge someone with bear form, and then, you know, if someone else is like a few yards away from them, then you skull bash them, and you're like you're closing so much distance like very quickly. Season of alt discovery. Yeah, exactly. I wish I could use Survival of the Fittest, Skull Bash, and Life Loom for World PvP. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. That's, I think, why it's good that Blizzard did things the way they did, is you have to make some choices, right? You have the ability to have some really, really overpowered like runes. However, you have to make a choice on a lot of them because they fit the same slot, which is really cool. Because if you could just pick or choose and put them on any slot, yeah, you could make some you could essentially make some insane choices. Sunfire spam and cat at 15 energy is going to be fun with movement. I actually didn't really think about the fact that you could spam it at range for 15 energy. The only thing that I see happening with that to make it questionable is if in those forms it has a cooldown similar to Fairy Fire, right? So if I use that ability, if I use Fairy Fire out of form, it's just as a mana cost, right? But the feral version of Fairy Fire has like a 6-second cooldown. So I could see that as a way of them making it a little bit less spammy and also not quite as imbalanced. One thing I noticed while they were testing, the items retain the rune when swapped in. So basically, you could have a set to swap quickly in PvP scenarios. Yeah, Michael, we thought about that yesterday. I think it was, I forget who it was that told us that, but they were talking about how, like, what if you're a hunter and you feign death and swap gear over? So you have 3 rune abilities. Maybe you use one's a passive for damage and like 2 are abilities, right? Like let's say in this case it's a hunter and you shoot him with Chimera Sting or Chimera Shot and something else, and then they get into melee range of you. You feign death and you swap over gear. You stand back up and now you're a melee hunter. Like there's some things that they're gonna have to think about, whether it's like a little 30 second cooldown in between. But I feel like they've got to do something. But I also don't want to see a big cooldown, because if you, let's say it's a 5-minute cooldown, then what will happen is like you do a boss encounter in PvE, and then they're like, okay, everyone switch over their runes, and then everyone switches runes, and then we're all like, okay, log off for 5 minutes. It's just like I don't want that either. So it's like it's a hard thing to figure out how to balance it correctly. Because a mage could just like sheep you, then within that like 30-second sheep, they could just swap gear. Seems like Warsun Gulch is dying down. Want a duel? Sure, we can. Yeah, you get to end game, but it's not really end game at the same time. Yeah, I know. I'm excited for the fact that it'll be 25 for a while, because you can play with more of the player base too quickly. Because like if you play WoW at a launch of the game, you might hit, if you're crazy no lifing it, you hit 60, like let's say within a week or something like that, and then you're playing with other people that are like no lifing it, and you quickly get geared up, and then by the time the main group of just like normal players get caught up to those people, it's just like they're already geared, and then you now have like, I don't know, a bigger spread in player base. Whereas I think doing the 25 is actually like kind of a smart way of doing it. You like the level cap because it gives people a chance to play alts and test out multiple classes? Yeah, it's gonna be cool. I don't even know if Druid Windfury Rune is not a weapon buff and therefore stacks with poison stones and etc. That's a very good question, Gordon. I'm not sure. It showed up here as a buff on players, and it didn't have like a time. So I don't know though. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, unlucky. I got the cast out. Yeah, you have a lot of bursts for sure. Farming is stupid. Pummeler farming is stupid. Hope they'll kill it. Yeah. Um, should be tied to the slot, yeah, not the piece of gear. Swapping runes mid-fight sounds too broken. Yeah, I agree. Like in the beta, we saw that you can swap out of combat, right? Or not the beta, but the at BlizzCon. You can swap out of combat, right? And then you're also sitting there and then you just reapply it to your gear. And I think it's like a small cast time. So you still could like rocket helm someone, and then while they're sitting there, you I don't know. You then do whatever you need to do to I don't know. We'll see. It's a little bit it's complicated, I feel like. That was the dumbest curse I could or the dumbest thing I could do. I was hype on Survival Hunter being crazy with flanking and carve, but they do not have any two attack power coefficients. They only get 1 AP from agility. Yeah, I feel like maybe those things will be addressed. Sometimes they just like those kind of things just like slip up too, but that's actually a good point. I didn't really think about that either. Oh, thought I would get tremor down there. I think that's not the way to play it though, where I'm sitting back trying to cast. I think I just have to go up and mace him. Just like the pushback with pet is just brutal. Yeah, I saw that like on my tracker, it didn't show that spell lock was on CD, so I tried to fake it there for a second, but then I just casted. What talents for a hybrid druid at 25? I think you kind of like look at getting like you go balance. Well, no, I would probably go getting insect swarm might be nice for the extra dot damage. I don't know. I'm probably gonna switch specs so many different times just to kind of figure out what I want to do. Because to be honest, I don't really have like a specific answer for that question on what I think will be a good hybrid spec, or if you just go deep one spec. Nice. I think you got me here. Nice job. You're playing pretty well, honestly, for your like I shouldn't lose to you really ever because of my gear difference. You got no soul shots either? Yeah, that's brutal. Right, yeah, not having the soul, whatever it's called. Soul burn? Yeah, soul burn. Shadow burn, okay. No, I still got locked. I thought I would get it there. Weird, I wonder why I feel like my thing's not tracking your pet CC. Yeah, that was really close there for me. I almost died several times. It's likely that Enhance will use Flame Tongue on their offhand and only use... Yeah, that's true. I mean, too, you have to realize we won't even have Wind Fury until 30. So no issues with like crazy. You're gonna have to do like Flame Tongue and like maybe Rock Biter or something for PvP, or maybe just double Flame Tongue. I don't know. You'd have to see what's best. All the new runes say that it won't stack with Wind Fury Totem. It doesn't mention Wind Fury Weapon. Interesting. Shamans don't have AP to SP conversion in Classic. Yeah, we'll have to see if there's some kind of, like, again, there could be some sort of rune like that in the future. Ah! Nice, nice. Hard to say when we haven't seen all the new runes. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of the speculation for things is like, it's fun. Like, trust me, I'm doing it as much as you guys are, but we can't get too worried about certain things until we see like other runes, because that could totally change everything. Warriors will be kings with best damage, scaling, and even more damage buffs. I mean, it might be like that. I don't know if they'll be like the best by as much as they are right now, but I mean, you kind of have to incentivize a class like Warrior, right? They have so many downfalls to. Can it tick? Tremor. That's what I hate about Tremor. It's like, I wonder if killing the pet is a good idea. Probably not. I duel so few warlocks because there's never any warlock, or I never face warlocks because there's so few warlocks on Alliance that PvP, just because they have to deal with undead all the time. So a lot of people don't play warlocks in PvP on Alliance. Thinking of running 3 two-handed warriors in our melee group. Dude, you already have like a group going and everything? That's insane. I haven't found, like, the guild that I'm in right now in Classic said that they're going to be playing in they'll be playing in Season of Discovery, but I haven't seen like a Season of Discovery like Discord or any kind of community stuff popping up, which I would like to see, because it'd be nice to see who's all playing and what different guilds are planning on playing. You almost have a full raid group already? Jeez, dude. Like my original Classic, it's kind of sad, my original Classic guild that I played with back in the day, the one that, like, it was a bunch of idiots and then we branched off to Aftershock. I played with them, but then they kind of shut things down in, like, I didn't really play in TBC, but I think they kind of stopped in TBC. And so I haven't had like a guild for a while. So it'll be hard to try it, because I want to find a group that's like fun to play with, but also kind of like I'm not too worried about like super hardcore mentality, but I also don't want, like, you know, sometimes you play with people and it's like they're fun to play with and they're nice guys or whatever, but they kind of don't meet your skill level. I'm not saying that I'm like some god at this game, but you know, sometimes people are a little too casual. Like, I don't want to have to like progress in content that's really easy. That's always like a, because I enjoy PvE, but mainly PvE for me is a ways to get gear for PvP, if that makes sense. Yeah, you want good people that fool around. Yeah, exactly. Like, you want to have a good time, but you also don't want to be wiping on a certain boss forever, or you don't want people that just like only come on to PvE and then they're never playing or never wanting to do PvP or something like that. You'll link me a SOD server in 1 second. Yeah, I don't think it will allow you to. I don't think it allows you to link in YouTube, sadly. Let me. Grab this real fast. That's my Discord name. If you wanna, you can add me and send it to me. One thing that I do that I actually have been trying to be better about is, like, in PvP, actively healing, actively trying to heal players as well as when I'm DPSing, because I think sometimes I get one track mind with like blowing people up, and then it's like, you know, especially on Horde side, we don't have as many healers that play, so it's nice to try and throw out some heals once in a while. I think full resto for flag carrying is going to be disgusting. Yeah, at level 60 or even like 50 and stuff, when you're doing PvP, I feel like the fact that, like, with Life Bloom now, and some of the other stuff that you get for druids later on with travel form and stuff, I think druid is still going to be a god at flag carrying. They'll definitely have some more counters, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop them from being really, really good. Says my name doesn't exist. Really? Someone else had sent me a friend request a second ago. I have a friend request from someone. Might have just entered it wrong. I can put links in, so if Wade links it to me, I'll link it for everyone in the chat. Sorry, I need to look at that, because I really don't have any problem with people linking, but in my just quick search of things, I couldn't really figure out how to enable someone to link stuff. Gotta love resists. But a big thing too is, like, I don't want to be on a server that's like, So if there's going to be, I would be very surprised if there wasn't multiple servers, right? I don't know if there's going to be a lot of servers, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's several, right? And I don't want to be unlucky and get on one of those servers that ends up being like kind of dead or being extremely one-sided. So I know sometimes people complain about like streamer servers, but my experience with Faralina was actually like net positive. I thought there was a lot of great people on there. So if there is a quote-unquote streamer server, especially a alliance streamer server, like say like an Asmon server or like an SFan server, something like that, I probably would play on that server on Horde side, just because I know that what it means is that the alliance side is going to be very, very active, so there'll be lots of people to PvP against. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. It just depends on how they do things. Faralina is great on Wrath of the Lich King. I've heard, I haven't played on it in a long, long time. I've heard that basically every single server on Wrath of the Lich King now, though, is like PvE, just because like the other faction is completely gone. Oh, lucky with resist on charge. Why is he chickening me, dude? I'm just trying to help out my friend. That's true, I just mean it's populated. Yeah. He sent it to me. Okay, let's take a peek. Discord, Season of Discovery, okay. Copy link. Maybe, let me see if I join and then I get the invite link. Okay, I am not AFK in Battlegrounds, guys, don't worry. There's the link, guys. I cannot endorse the the server yet. I have not looked around, but it looks fairly legit to me, so. My friend and I want to duo level on PvP. What do you think, Rogue and Druid or double Rogue is stronger? I think Rogue and Druid will always be stronger than double Rogue in a broad sense. Like, it just gives you a little bit better ability to kind of have some sustain. But I mean, double Rogue is amazing for just like burst damage and killing people really quick. But just like for all around everything in the game, whether it's PvP, leveling, PvE, I would do the Rogue Druid combo. But like strictly world PvP, 2 players ganking people, I mean probably 2 rogues, but for just like all around stuff, I would do the Rogue. You can't endorse it either? You just found it today? Okay. Yeah, I mean like it definitely looks like it has a decent amount of people and stuff, so it's probably better than nothing out there. I don't value Mangle much. I think Mangle will be way better later on in the game, when you have more runes that hopefully help you in PvP. Like a kidney shot rune for Feral would be an absolute game changer. It would literally make Feral Druids strong. Without having any kind of stun in cap form, you have to switch out of cap form pretty fast, right? So it's like, it just makes staying in cap form an ultimate negative for you. So if you had some kind of stun as a druid player, that would be crazy for PvP. Yeah, like a MAME, exactly. Which, I mean, hey, they're already borrowing abilities, so I would love to see. I mean, and we already know that rogues don't have a stun. Rogues don't have their kidney shot yet. So my assumption is that we will see one of those runes that I'm talking about at a later level. Oh, I thought maybe I would get him. Sad. Um, I would imagine seeing some kind of rune for that later. We all got to pick one PvP server and not split up. True, I agree, man. I want to find some. I want to find some people that are just down to kind of like run around in PvP. Like I'm cool with being like the support too. Like if someone wants to pop off on a class and just run around and kind of keep them alive and stuff. I love doing that right now in the game too. Like if I find a good warrior, it's fun to just go into PvP and drop Wind Fury and just kind of heal. So we'll have to see with Season of Discovery. Hopefully we can all kind of be somewhere on the same server and stuff. You crit Maul. Yeah, I mean Maul and Mangle, like at 60, you could do some big damage. Yeah, I agree. You think Druids will get a Starfall rune? Or is that spell too crazy in Classic? I think that's borderline. I don't know though. Like Mages got why am I blanking on the name right now? Fire. Oh, what's it called again? H. Living Bomb, that's right. Duh. They got Living Bomb, which is a really, really, really strong ability to have at like level 60. So do I think that Druids will get Starfall? No idea. Maybe. It would be cool if they did. That'd be a lot of fun. Do I think Shaman Tank could be viable in Season of Discovery PvP? I think it will be. I think you'll be able to make something work. You might just be like really lacking in the damage department, but you probably have like really good survival. But you probably will be able to make something work. And even if you're not tanking spec, like say you're Ellie, you know, but you take some of those more tanking centric runes, it might just help you with survival. I see a lot of the tanking runes across the classes can be looked at just also as kind of like a PvP rune. You wonder if they'll change how Ignite works. I mean, it would be kind of nice to change it just because right now, obviously in like a PvE scenario, it kind of, I don't know. I don't really like the way it's done, and it also kind of encourages people to just try and fish for the Ignite proc and then hold on to it and stuff. So I don't know. They'll have Living Bomb at 25. Yeah, I know. I just think it will. I think it will just scale so much better at 60 when you have a lot of spell power. But yeah, I mean, even at 25, it'll be crazy for PvP. I mean, obviously you'll have the ability to utilize it in PvP, but people also might be pretty aware of it. If it's that strong, then people won't stack up as much. But like things like AV, you're kind of guaranteed to get some pretty big procs with just how the map works. And then obviously in PvE, it's great. So I think like mages being able to like solo gold farm is going to be still really really strong. Like think of just putting ignite on tons of mobs as you gather them up, and then you just destroy them. Because or not ignite, sorry, living bomb. We have to understand that you can be full deep frost and have like fire or arcane runes. So that's one thing that I keep having to remind myself is you can be a different spec and play with some runes that are very like opposite of what the spec you're playing is. Cyclone and Starfall runes too, please. Cyclone, I mean, I don't know, guys. I feel like that's a little too. That might be a little too strong, or at least if you toned it down a little bit, maybe, or it had like a longer cooldown. Maybe like you could use it and then it has a fairly long cooldown. I could see that being decent. Am I gonna get this off? Probably should have just done a normal heal over a long beefy boy like that. Yeah, like in ZF Graveyard Farm. Yeah, exactly. I think there's going to be some... Because, like, right now in the game, you don't have any instant abilities besides, like, Fireball, right? Which has a long cooldown. So, if Living Bomb has 0 cooldown, which I could see them putting a cooldown on it. Like, if they put, like, a 5-second cooldown on Living Bomb, it would, like, make it a little less OP. But, like, think of just, like running around through, like think of Mara. Like, think of a Mara run with Living Bomb. Like, Mage's ability to farm is going to be insane if they don't take care of things like that. They gave some other classes all those amazing runes. Druids always get mediocre runes. I think we gotta wait on the Druid runes. I think there's gonna be some big ones coming. Like, there's gotta be a balance, like Moonkin rune. I think there's gonna be some really good Moonkin stuff at level 40. I think there probably will be some kind of cat stun. I would really hope there's a cat stun. What else would I be expecting to see? They kind of gave the big Druid healing ones. Like, they gave Life Bloom and Wild Growth. So I doubt you see any really, really game-changing healing ones after that. But a lot of the more feral and balanced stuff, I would wait on. I really think that we're going to see some better stuff coming in the future on those. And that's what's kind of exciting to me, guys, is like, it's like the first time with Classic that you just don't know, right? You, like, before, you would always know about these things. You'd always kind of know what the meta is. You know what you're getting into when it goes into leveling. But this is like the first time where, like, as a Classic player, you can truly just be like, I don't know. Like, even like Cataclassic, right? Even though they said they're going to do changes, like, for the most part, we know what's coming. Like, it's not like some ridiculous stuff. You actually don't like the Wind Fury Druid one? Yeah, I'm not a very big fan of that one, to be honest. I was telling people earlier, I think I would be okay. I'd feel better about the Druid one if it was not form specific. So if I could use it and I was like, I could constantly be switching forms and all this different stuff, like, I'd feel better about it, right? but the fact that you are kind of designated as cat at that point is kind of frustrating. Because like right now as a shaman, you at least still can play the game, but you'll every once in a while you'll have like a player being like, put down Wind Fury, put down Wind Fury, you know? But like now as a druid, you'll just be like, dude, get back in cat. What are you doing? Like stop griefing, get in cat form, you know? It's just like, I'm trying to play the game. Plus, like, guys, think about this. Think of so warriors were really strong on horde side because, like, in PvP, in a PvP situation, warriors were really strong on horde side because of Wind Fury. And then on alliance side, you could make the argument that warriors were really strong because of paladins and freedom. But now you can just be a warrior that has the same uptime with freedom, and you're getting cat form help. Like, you know, it's gonna be really strong. So alliance might have it made for warriors in PvP, unless they give shamans some kind of freedom totem, which I could see them doing, I guess, but who knows. I feel like Wolfshed Helm will become a rune. I think that would honestly be a better way of doing it. And then I know some other people were talking about how, like, if Savage Roar is a buff that fades if you leave cat form, it's also going to kind of change up the way that plays, which, I don't know, I think power shifting is kind of cool, so I hope they don't change that, but we'll see. Maybe it would be cool if they have, like, two ways of playing. Like, you can play with, like, Savage Roar and not shifting, or you can play with a rune that, like, kind of does the helm shift stuff. Ret in PvP with Wind Fury will be strong. Yeah, I think like a Ret Feral, like just you two running around in the world would actually be really, really fun, because you both are kind of hybridy. You both have those abilities that kind of synergize well with each other. Like you both have some heals that you can throw out. You both have like a stun that you can use to like peel people. So that together would be pretty good. Wind Fury Reckoning sounds like a good time. Yeah, because like I wonder if each of your Reckoning procs has a chance to deal, like you could essentially hit a target like 8 times, right? Like if you just got like some like a crazy juicy proc with that. And the cool thing too, well maybe I shouldn't say cool, maybe it's broken or scary or dangerous thing, is that you can go deep you can go deep prot to get Wind Fury. To get Reckoning. Sorry, guys, to get Reckoning, but you still can use like whatever runes you want, right? So you can use Crusader Strike. You can use some of the Ret specific ones. So you could essentially do some crazy big burst damage. Oh, you love to see it. I swear, there's not much better than picking up Berserking as a Ellie Shaman and just getting some big crits. Now imagine if I was like, you know, had on-use trinkets popped. I still don't have the BWL Shaman trinket. I've tried to get that a lot. I've never seen it drop. It's kind of frustrating. Like, I think there's a lot of really cool things out. Like, for example, Boomkin Arcane Mage might be amazing at, like, as two players going around. I think there's going to be a lot of like really fun kind of matchups that you'll find work really well together. Like I could see Boomy, like what else would there's Boomy and any kind of mage essentially. I would say mage and boomkin sound better than with a lock. I don't really know if, like, lock and mage together would be pretty decent, or shadow priest warlock would be good. Hunter ret might be fun too. Hunter ret together has always been pretty decent because you're not worried about ret putting like dots on targets that you want to trap and. The reason I think Boomkin synergizes with Mage really well, though, is just because you'd have some crazy burst with Arcane Mage, like, and then also your Mage, you can peel for your Mage with roots, and then your Mage can peel for you with like frost slows and stuff. So it just, I feel like you both can kind of. The only downside is dots with sheeping, but beyond that, like, I feel like you synergize pretty well. Yeah, focus the feral and he goes bear. Focus pally and he bubbles. Right, exactly. And and either one can be like off healing if they need to like throw out a few heals. True, hunter with a mage would be good. Just like hunter, yeah, hunter focusing on like all the really good solo burst stuff would be wild. As a new player, is this a good time to get into Classic Era or should I wait? I mean, it's really up to you. Like if you're really wanting to play something, then like yeah, Classic Era is always going to be around. There's always people playing it. Leveling up is pretty fun. There's always players around, but also if you want to just wait for another like 24 days, then play, you could always do that too. It just depends on if you like to do this. Like if you pick the same class, you're gonna do the same exact thing. So maybe if you're planning on going Horde in Season of Discovery and you want to play right now, maybe just play Alliance. So at least you have a little bit of a different experience. Have we talked about how we actually get runes? Are they just gonna be hard? Like there's not much to talk about with runes right now. We don't, outside of the fact that we know that you get your first rune, like, or you get sent on your way to get your first rune from your class trainer. Besides that, we don't really know. It's kind of up in the air, to be determined. It sounds like it's, some are easier than others. It's going to be like discoveries out in the world. How that works, I'm not sure. I feel like Mage Lock would be so good. I mean, the good thing about that combo is that the one thing Lock has an issue with is if someone connects to them and they can't get away, like they can't peel. Like Locks really need peels, and so Mage kind of is really good for that. But you could also pair it with a rogue, like a Warlock Rogue would be pretty good too, I'd say. You have to find and discover them. Yeah, and it's pretty vague with what they've said about how you find and discover things. So I guess it's just kind of like a wait and see. Let's see if we can do some crazy damage here, or if we just get blown up by all these people running. Here, let's try and one-shot this guy. Nope. Alright, I didn't want to have fun either. Oh, guys. You hate to see it. Get the guy said get Zerker Shaman and we clash. Yeah, well, I died right away, sorry. Wish they did Raid Battlegrounds. Yeah, but they definitely could still do that at 60, you know? Like, it's 100% possible. In WoW had interview, they said they'll all be different, and some will overlap with multiple classes. Oh, okay, interesting. So it's like if you're a rogue, you might do the exact same. You might discover the exact same rune, like the same way, but you end up getting rewarded with a different rune. Let's see, based on your class. That's kind of cool. That at least simplifies a little bit of what they have to do. I'd imagine, I don't know how intensive the process is of finding them, but if it's anything like a chain quest or something, that's like ends up being a lot of work, right? What's up? Glad you're finally back. Yeah. Yes. Back for a while. We'll see. As long as we can keep getting some fun content out of Season of Discovery, I'll be around. I don't want to know. I want to be able to play. I just want to play SOD already. I know. It's been a while since I've been this hyped. Because, like, with Fresh, like, if they had come out and they had announced a Fresh server, I'd be excited, but, like, you know what to expect, so it's not, like, this anticipation. Whereas this, it's, like, there's going to be so much new stuff to partake in that I think that's why I'm just so excited, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We try and run the flag. Alright. Person gonna kick? Ah! Do I do it? I really should have healed that guy. I didn't realize he was so low. It's too far now. Yeah, glad to hear your druid guides helped me out a lot with classic WoW. Thanks, man. Yeah, I've heard that a lot from people. Like, I'll get random whispers in game and people will say, like, you know, thanks so much for your druid guides. Just funny too, because like my druid guides helped a lot of people out, but then like when I'm playing alts, like I'll go watch a guide on a different class, so it's like I know the feeling. Being able to find some stuff that really helps. I was gonna helm that guy, but he has a dot on him. I have nothing left for this. Shit. Look at Lily's comment on Paladins in the class channel. They apparently played some tank specs and talked about it. Let's take a peek. Paladin. So Paladin I played prot at BlizzCon, but mana regen was absolute ass. I was thinking prot Paladin could be good because they increase Righteous Fury effects and threat, but you won't have Seal of Wisdom, so literally go every pull. The taunts also were aids for every tank class I played, and mobs would quickly just go back on the DPS after facing me for 3 seconds. Eventually I tried going more threat gen spec with Crusader Strike. Yeah, so that's what I would think for mana issues too. And Divine Storm, but with prot talents I just got slightly better, but still pretty bad threat. Ret Paladin, however, just like in SFan's VOD, was absolutely OP. I don't know if they're going to nerf it. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say too, because like, whoa, what, a level 25 tank is shitty, but maybe at 60 they're gods, you know? So it's like, or they get some really good runes later. And that's another way for Blizzard to easily tune things. Like if they're like, man, this sucks for like mana regen, this class is horrible at mana regen, they can just introduce another spec or another thing for that, you know? So it's like it helps, the rune system helps, because literally at any time, even it's like, say it's been level 60 for a while, it's been 60 for 3 months, right? And they can just introduce a quest or a way to discover a new... Oh, he wrecked. No, please. Please no. Please no. I guess I should have just probably lipped. Same with your druid guides, helped me so much. Huge respect. Glad to help, man. But yeah, I think it's too early. It's weird though, because it seemed like Shaman tank had such an easy time holding threat. So we'll have to see. I wonder if anyone posted Warlock. Okay, Lily again. She must have played. Did you see any Warlock tanks while you played at BlizzCon? Yes, I tried it, as well as probably the whole BlizzCon population. How'd it feel? In my opinion, Warlock tanks had the best threat, able to heal themselves well, felt tanky enough not to get chonked. It's going to be a learning curve. I wasn't sure whether to be dotting up targets or to use Immolate Corruption, etc. Probably need to use Curse of Weakness as demo shout, or as a demo shout. Of course, when mobs are on you, you get hella spell pushback. Exactly. So you have to do instance stuff, or you know, they also said that like the Metamorphosis gives you instant searing pains, right? So you could just spam a lot of that, but I don't know about the best rotation yet. When I was doing it, either charge in with the new Warlock charge. Oh yeah, I forgot Warlocks get a charge now with that. Pre-dot with Immolate, Corruption, Curse of Weakness, pop your non-channel drain life, and then use Shadow Cleave. Wow, yeah, I mean, Warlocks sound like it's going to be actually bonkers. It's crazy. Guzu didn't seem to have much issue on Rogue. Yeah, when it came to tanking. Yeah, I think the one part Rogue tank will, and they could definitely add this stuff later, but I think right now what Rogue tank would have a problem on is just any bosses that do spell damage, because all their stuff is like parry dodge, right? That's their mitigation's parry dodge, so it's not like spells are gonna have still crush them. Off topic, I've seen some shaman videos where the shaman has a buff that looks like lay on hands, looking like a hand holding a ball of light. Do you happen to know what it is? I don't. A ball of light? Not sure on that one, to be honest. You're going lock tank for SOD? Seems too cool not to play. Yeah, I think the lock stuff is definitely. I mean, mage is definitely in second, but the lock stuff is by far the biggest, like, huge changes. Like, will fundamentally change how a class plays their spec. So that stuff will be definitely cool. And it's neat to think, like, okay, you're a lock tank, but then, like, you know, Destro might help you to kind of do some more burst damage on shorter fights, but then, like, Affliction Lock might have better, like, sustain, and it might be better for, like, multi-dotting and doing more, you know, like, long-term fights or whatever. It'll be just interesting to see how, like, because we're thinking, like, lock tank, but a lock tank could be, like, still has the option of being 3 different specs. So to me, that's cool with the rune system, is like you still have like a lot of different options. Ellie Shaman's going to be nuts, especially if they give them more optimized gear. Yeah, we'll have to see. But even now, I mean, even if they didn't touch the gear, Shaman has some pretty great options for when it comes to gear. Shadowbolt Cleaves looks like some serious damage. Yeah. And it's not scaled back at all, right? It's not like it spreads the damage. It's just 3 Shadow Bolts, correct? So we can peek at it. Mage. Warlock, where is it? Shadowbolt Volley. Strikes up to 5 targets. But for 20 reduced damage. See, and this needs to show like how much it scales too. Like 20 reduced damage. Like what? Let's see. Look at. I have so many tabs up, guys. Sorry. It's not that one. I had all the spell lists. There we go. So you get a rank of Shadow Bolt at level 20. Be rank 3. Okay. Rank 3 Shadow Bolt. Sick. It's 51. It's. Oh, it's five bolts, but yeah, it's reduced. Yeah, so it's not what I want to see. I want to see Shadow Bolt. Why is it not showing me Shadow? Shadow Bolt rank 3. Here, finally. 52 to 61 damage. So it's like it's taking off at that level. It's taking off like 1/3 of the damage. I mean, that's pretty big. So like you wouldn't want to use this outside of PvE probably. I mean, like unless you're pretty sure like people that you're killing are going to be really stacked up. Because then it's like almost like a chain lightning effect, but fairly reduced damage. It'll be nice to, as lock, if you're off tank, you just charge, or you just change one rune and then you're full DPS. Yeah, exactly. I think that's cool. And it'll be interesting to see how often people are switching in the raiding environment. Like I feel like people are going to just be constantly like, you know, oh, we drop combat, we're switching. We drop combat, we're switching. Drop combat, switch. You know, like between bosses. I really do hope that Blizzard just adds, like, I get it that every class can do hotkeys for themselves for this, but I just hope they add like a glove, chest, and legs like button that you just can drag down, have on your bar, and then regardless of what you switch to, it just shows that whatever the current ability is. I realize you can macro it, but just for ease of access, and then for everyone else who's playing who doesn't really like mess with a lot of add-ons or macros, it'd just kind of be helpful. Okay, guys, these Warsong Gulch queues have slowed down a lot. I think I'm going to call it here for today. Was fun chatting with you all. I will be around tomorrow. I'm going to try and start being around on the same time. Just it's good for me to get in the habit of streaming at a certain time. Yeah, and we'll stream for a little bit, chat, see if there's any new news, do some PvP, whatnot. I have Nax on Wednesday. I'll stream Nax when I do Nax, but tomorrow probably just some more PvP and whatnot. But thanks for coming and chatting. It was good to talk to you all, and yeah, I'll see you guys